Good morning and welcome to Cradle-to-Career's Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting. My name is Mary Kate Cruz-Jones, and I am the Chief of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships here at Cradle-to-Career. Today, our advisory board meeting is in person at the Foundation for California Community Colleges in Sacramento. So thank you to members of the public, both in person, we have a few folks with us, as well as those of you who have joined us virtually. So next slide, please. We're going to talk a little bit about our translation services. I wanted to make a quick note about translation services that we'll be sharing today. So to listen to comments given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of the screen that says interpretation. Then select the language interpretation audio and your language, such as Spanish, as we will be offering Spanish today. You will then hear a live rendering of the comments in Spanish. Next slide, please. I would like to give a special thank you to Jeanette Hernandez and Fabiola Valencia, our interpreters who are with us today. And I will pause momentarily for our interpreter to translate. So Jeanette, please feel free to take over here.
Thank you. Nos gustaría dejarles saber que tenemos un servicio de traducción en esta mañana. También vamos a darle más explicación de los comentarios en español. Para escuchar esta reunión en el idioma español, por favor, seleccione el icono, el globo del icono que está en la parte de abajo de su pantalla, que dice interpretación. Por favor, seleccione el lenguaje, interpretación y el audio de su lenguaje en español. Y usted podrá escuchar a los intérpretes hablando en español. También tenemos un espacio para comentarios públicos. Si necesita hacer su comentario en español, lo vamos a traducir al inglés. Muchas gracias. Back to you.
Thank you. So before we, fabulous. Before we dig in today's work, I wanted to take a look at what's in front of us. In total, there are 16 items on today's agenda. Our agenda, which is posted on the C2C website, specifically notes the agenda items that we will be accepting public comment on. Today, members will be voting on 2 agenda items, and we will open it up for member dialogue on 12 items. So members will have plenty of opportunity to talk and dialogue with us today. In total, there will be 4 opportunities for public comment to engage with us and the advisory board. And if you're a member of the public with us here in Sacramento, and if you would like to make a comment, I request that you complete a speaker slip so that I can call you by name at the appropriate time and that the record of the meeting can be full and complete. I would like to note that speaker slips are voluntary. If you would like to fill one out, please give the speaker slips to Shannon Serrato. Thank you. Shannon's identifying herself in the left corner. I will do my best to call upon everyone who has supplied a speaker slip for the agenda item and recognize those who wish to make a last-minute comment. We may also have folks that are joining us via Zoom that would like to make a comment. So please raise your hand to signal that you would like to make a comment, and we'll take comments in the order that they come in. First in Sacramento, and then open it up to Zoom. Although we traditionally allot 2 minutes for comments, if we have more than 10 folks that would like to comment, we will shrink that talking time to 1 minute in order to accommodate all of our speakers. We have a very full agenda today and plan to end today's meeting about 3:30 p.m. We're anticipating a 45-minute break around 12:35 for lunch and 2 5-minute breaks, one in the morning and one in the afternoon around 2:40. The first one might happen around 11 a.m. and it's probably going to happen right around mid-agenda item. So just want to front load that for folks if we could just hold on and work together through this agenda. So before I call this meeting to order, I have a few quick reminders, and I ask that members of the advisory board and the public, please turn your phones on silent. I'll give folks a minute to get their devices in line. Also, we ask that folks in the room be as quiet as possible for accessibility purposes, as background noise can interfere with the interpretation services. So for the same reason, if you choose to step out, just please be aware that the door behind you makes a super loud click. So just be careful as you're closing it. Thank you. For members of the public that have joined us here in Sacramento, copies of the meeting materials can be found on this right-hand table. And members may notice that advisory board members may be accessing their iPad or their laptops to see the materials in the electronic format. I ask that when advisory board members make a comment that they please say their name before speaking. This is so that the folks at home can follow along with us as easily as possible. Also, please try your best to speak as loudly as possible. We've noticed that sometimes in the pockets of the room, it's a little bit harder. So if you're closer to us at the front of the dais, please feel free to project as much as possible. Okay. Camera angles can be a bit tricky, and so that's what we're trying to be as transparent as possible. So I appreciate everybody's help with this. Thank you so much. And then just the last thing that I'd like to say is, as always, we're running this meeting in accordance with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is 10:06 a.m. and I'm going to do a quick roll call. Member Anthony Jr.
Present.
Member Borgen.
Present.
Member Catanzarite.
Present. Present.
Member Chavez.
Present.
Member Connor.
Present.
Member Faust.
Present.
Member Harlech.
Present.
Member Huang. Member Huff.
Present.
Member Livingston.
Present.
Member Norris.
Present.
Member Orlick.
Present.
Member Owen.
Present.
Member Fong.
Present.
Member Reddy.
Present.
Member Shack.
Present.
A quorum is present. We would now like to move on to agenda item 2, the swearing in of advisory board member Norris. So at the October 12, 2023 Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting, 4 of the 5 new Data and Tools members were able to join us, and they were sworn into their new role. Due to some scheduling conflicts, member Norris wasn't able to join us, but she's here today. We're very excited. So we'd like to take this opportunity to welcome her. And Marianne Bates, our executive director, will be swearing her in.
All right, so you can join me up here. Great, thank you. I'll just take a moment to make sure, are we in the view of the camera?
Yeah, let me.
We'll just wait a moment. So our friends at home can follow along.
They're good.
All right, please raise your right hand and
Thank
repeat after me. I, Helen Norris,
I, Helen Norris,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianne, for administering the oath. And in a moment here, I'll let her settle in. Oh, I'm sorry, of course, the signing of the oath, the most official part.
you.
Thank you. Welcome.
And so I'll now kick it off to Member Norris to allow her to introduce herself to the rest of you.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. As you know, my name is Helen Norris. I'm delighted to be part of this group. I currently serve as the Chief Information Officer at Chapman University in Orange County, California. I have worked in higher education in the technology and data area for almost 30 years. Previously, both in the Cal State system and in the University of California system. So I've seen firsthand how transformative excellent data can be in the lives of students at various levels and in various types of institutions. So I'm very excited to be part of this effort and part of this initiative, and hope that I can contribute to it in some small way. Thank you so much for being so welcoming.
Thank you so much. So as Member Norris just mentioned, she brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to our advisory board, and we're so grateful to have her insight and participation. For more information for folks following along at home, including Member Norris's bio, as well as all of our other members, that is all on our C2C website. And a quick shout out to the office here. We did update the website to include terms. So now all of your terms are posted, and we're very excited to share this information with the public. So thank you, Shannon Serrato and Angelique Palomar for getting our member information updated. So I encourage everybody to take a look, and I just want to do one quick last opportunity to welcome Member Norris. And thank you so much. Can we do one more quick round of applause? Thank you. We'll now be moving on to agenda item number 3, which is the approval of the minutes from the October 12 Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting. Before we take a vote, I'd just like to ask members, are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, I'd gladly open it up for a motion.
Would move to approve the minutes from the last session.
Thank you. I have a motion from Member Reddy. Can I have a second?
I second. A Member Connor.
Thank you. I have a second from Member Connor. With a motion and a second, before we actually vote on it, we could open it up for public comment. So I have no speaker slips on this agenda item, and I'm seeing no one in Sacramento wanting to comment on this item. We can open it up to Zoom. If you would like to make a comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand. I'm sharing that I do not see any hands raised at this time, but I'll wait another moment. Seeing no hands raised, I'm happy to close public comment, and we can open it up for a vote. Member Anthony Jr.
Yes.
Member Borgand.
Yes.
Member Catanzarite.
Yes.
Member Chavez.
Yes.
Member Connor.
Yes.
Member Faust.
Yes.
Member Harlech.
Yes.
Member Huang. Member Huff.
Yes.
Member Livingston.
Yes.
Member Norris.
Yes.
Member Orlick.
Yes.
Member Owen.
Yes.
Member Fong.
Yes.
Member Reddy.
Yes.
Member Shack.
Yes.
With 15 ayes, the motion passes. Thank you, members. We will now open it up or move on to agenda item 4, which is a presentation on and discussion of the P20W dataset and connection to the proposal process. And I would like to pass it off to Marianne Bates, our Executive Director, to present this item.
Thank you. I'm happy to give a bit of context today, big picture on the P20W dataset, changes that have recently happened to it, and provide that context before you dive into the work of discussing recommendations that you had advanced to the feasibility study stage in your last meeting. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So just for context for you and for the public listening in, Cradle-to-Career has 2 advisory boards. Both of these advisory boards met in the fall and advanced recommendations to the feasibility study stage. And that's what our office has been working on over the past few months together with you. And then both of you, both of these advisory boards, you're meeting here today, community engagement will meet later this month. And your meeting this month is to decide what to bring to the governing board at their May meeting. So before we dive into this, I just want to reflect for a moment on the bigger picture context, which is that you're providing recommendations in a very complex data environment. We have a dozen partners who are providing different data to us. And you're doing that before our data tools are actually built and live. And you're doing it before some of the full resources that we have planned, like our data dictionaries, are live. So I just wanted to reflect on that and give you a big thank you, because I know this is any time that you're going through a process for the first time, there's an opportunity for learning. But I just also want to reflect on the fact that I think it's particularly challenging to be in your shoes right now and providing recommendations when we don't yet have a couple of years of experience in having multiple dashboards live and having the query builder live, and really an opportunity for you to see how things are working and then tailor your recommendations to that. So I just wanted to say that out loud before we jump in. So, thank you to you as advisory board members. Also a thank you to our data providers who are going through this for the first time with us too. And a big thank you to our team, Ryan Estrellado, David Lang, and others who worked on these feasibility studies and put a lot of work into that. So just wanted to say that out loud. In that spirit of trying to provide you with as much information about the underlying P20W data set and the work of our analytical tools, I wanted to spend the next few minutes walking you through what our governing board discussed just last week on some updates to the P20W data set. So just to give you full context on where we are. So last week at the February 28th governing board meeting, the office gave an update on what data points we received in October 2023, which ones are scheduled for the future, and which ones needed to be changed in the list. So just taking a step back, the last time you were here as a body meeting, we had not yet gotten our first data submission. Our data providers did so in October. So in that month, all 8 of the data providers who were scheduled to give us data in the first round did so. And what we did with this agenda item, which is linked in our staff memo for this, was basically aiming to provide transparency to you on the boards and to the public about what data came in, what data didn't come in that's scheduled for the future, and what needed to result in changes to the official list of what's in the P20W data set. So if you're following along as a member of the public, we have a staff memo for this agenda item 4 on today's meeting page. That agenda item then links to the governing board's agenda item 13 from last week that goes through this in more detail. So I'm going to walk through that now and help you understand the context of the changes. So again, this is governing board member agenda item 13 from last week, linked from the Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting agenda item 4 today. So the first thing to highlight as you look in your digital materials, this agenda item 13 staff report has an appendix to it that's an update of that PDF chart that you've seen with the different data points by data provider that summarizes what data is in the data set. And we've, instead of just having X's in each column now, we've updated that with different letters and colors to make it easier for you to see what we've already received and expect to continue receiving routinely, and what is scheduled for the future and what has changed. Okay, let me just pause there so people have a moment to find their materials. Last week at the meeting, the governing board took action to add and remove some of the data points that they officially request from data providers as part of the P20W data set. And then there were 2 areas where the governing board asked the office to work with our data providers to get more context on those specific data points and bring that back to the board at a future meeting. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So I'll now walk through this in more detail. There were 2 motions last week. Motion 1 was about adding data points or switching things from one column to another. So saying this provider will not be providing the data, but this other provider will. So that's motion one. New things or things that are moving from one to another. Motion two was about data points that would be removed from the list because a data provider does not expect to submit them in the future. And then the last part of the staff memo describes informational changes. So those were not brought to the board for action for either an addition or removal at this stage, but we wanted to provide you and the public with more context on why that data has not been submitted to our data system yet. So 3 categories: new things being added, things being removed, and explanations for why data is not there yet. Okay, next slide, please. So now let's walk through these in turn. If you're following along on the governing board item 13, let's look at page 2. There were a number of new data points that the Department of Social Services, which is under CalHHS, found that they had and would be happy to submit. So that's sex, gender, race, and ethnicity, and then also a variable on child with a disability, including IEP status. So those are new data points coming in from the Department of Social Services. Next slide. There are 2 cases where a data point had been on the list for the Department of Healthcare Services. But when it came time to prepare the file, as we worked with our colleagues at CalHHS, found that that was data that DSS, the Department of Social Services, has and can submit. So these variables on foster youth and early learning and care primary language moved from the DHCS column to the DSS column. We don't expect that this will result in a material change in what's in the data system, but wanted to reflect and give transparency publicly about where that data point is coming from. Okay, so those were the additions and the moving of a data point from one column to a different data provider's column. Next slide, please. So there are a number of data points that our data providers asked to remove from the data set. This is now page 3 of the governing board meeting, agenda item 13, staff report. So the first one was a variable that's called LGBT status. And this had been on both CSEC, the California Student Aid Commission, and the Department of Healthcare Services lists, but they clarified that neither of those entities collect this data point. So they're both requesting that it be removed. They requested that it be removed from their list of data points in the P20W data set. So for big picture context, currently, the only entity that's providing this data to the P20W data set is the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office. And in the governing board meeting, some of the governing board members requested that this be a future agenda item for the governing board to discuss efforts the other higher education segments are making on this front as well. So the next point is about race and ethnicity from the Student Aid Commission. So the Student Aid Commission receives its race and its ethnicity data directly from the California Department of Education. And we already get that same race and ethnicity information directly from CDE as well. So for clarity, CSAC asks that we remove it from their list of data points because we're already getting that from CDE, as opposed to them asking CDE for permission to give us something we're already getting from them directly. So this was removed from CSAC's list, but it doesn't change the underlying information that's available in the data set. For your information, we also receive race and ethnicity from a number of other entities, including the Community College Chancellor's Office, CSU, the University of California, Department of Healthcare Services, and now also Department of Social Services. Okay, so those 2 items the board moved to remove from the P20W data set. There were 2 additional items where the board asked us to get more information together with the data providers on this. So CDE noted, let's first talk about standardized exam scores. So CDE has had on their list in the P20W data set to share exam scores from the International Baccalaureate, Advanced Placement, ACT, and SAT. And CDE noted that it cannot disclose these data points, but that the office could obtain the data directly from the entities that administer the exams. During the planning process, CDE clarified that this information could be shared only if additional data sharing agreement were secured with the entities that administer the standardized exams. The staff memo then details examples of other state longitudinal data systems that include similar test score information. We're in the process of communicating with the College Board, with IB, and with ACT about this, and we'll work on gathering more information about that and bring it back to the governing board at a future board meeting. So I don't have more information at this time about that, but we're working together with CDE and reaching out to these entities to explore getting that information directly. The last item that the board discussed on this section is about parental education level. So this is another one where the board asked us to do, bring more information together with the data provider back to the board. CDE has on the original list of P20W data points had two related data points. One was called socioeconomic status, which is calculated by combining several data points, including parental education and whether students are receiving or are eligible for free and reduced price meals. So CDE noted that if the parental education level data point is provided in addition to the socioeconomic status to the data system, it could inadvertently disclose whether students are receiving or are eligible for free and reduced price meals. CDE states that it's prohibited by federal statute from providing that information, and the staff memo has more specific information on the statute that's cited around restrictions on sharing data related to free and reduced price meals. So the office's analysis of this is that the P20W data set includes some information on parental education from other entities. For example, all three of the public higher education segments. So we receive information on parental education level from the community colleges, CSU, UC. However, absent data from CDE on parental education, information would not be available for students who don't enter post-secondary. So they would have been first-generation students, for instance, would be challenging to identify. Furthermore, there will be changes to moving forward to the parental education level information that CSAC provides under the new FAFSA. So we heard from our board member from the Student Aid Commission that they'll still be able to provide some information on parental education under the new FAFSA that will look a bit different from what they're currently providing. So given this context, removing the parental education level from the data points submitted by CDE would leave a gap in information. So as the board discussed this last week, they asked our office to do more work together with the data providers on this to bring back to the board more information about the trade-offs of if one has to choose between one of those two, which of the two would be most central to being able to answer the priority questions for the data system. So this is an open question that our office will be working on in the coming weeks together with CDE, collaborating with them on that. All right, so we've walked through all of the actions that the board took last week. Let me give you a bit more information on some of the informational items. So next slide. There were a number of data points we did not receive in October, but that are planned for future submissions, and there was no action requested of the board. So one was around early education and care data. If you're interested in early education data, I recommend listening to the presentation that Cal HHS gave last week. Our colleagues from Cal HHS, including Ryan Gillette, who is standing up the Early Childhood Information Data System, ECIDS. He gave a presentation about their efforts and how they're conceptualizing that work and planning to collaborate with Cradle-to-Career on that. So at this stage, we have not received early learning and care data from either the Cal HHS agency or from CDE. And the staff memo details that both of those entities are working on systems for collecting these data points. The next one, average class size by grade. CDE noted that new legislation will change the file structure and that this data point should be postponed for now. And the staff memo references Senate Bill 872 with more details on how that changes the required file structure for the existing CDE report on DataQuest for average class size by subject. Next slide. All right, these are areas where we did not receive the data, but we're working with the data partner to explore options for the future. So homelessness status, the Department of Healthcare Services, this was on their list to provide, and they do not have a validated flag for homelessness. So we're working with them to explore if there are other CalHHS entities or other entities beyond CalHHS in the state who could provide homelessness data to the Cradle-to-Career data system. So this is a priority from the planning process to be able to disaggregate by this information, and we're working with CalHHS to explore options. Similarly, there was the variable post-secondary students receiving disability services had also been selected for the Department of Healthcare Services. They don't collect that status, and we're working with them to discuss the possibility of finding other disability related data from DSS and from colleagues at CalHHS. So think of both of these areas as ones where we're aiming to provide clarity that we have not yet received the data as it relates to homelessness, for instance, specifically, but where our office is working with partners to explore alternatives. Next slide, please. Okay, so this was a summary. You already saw this slide of the ones where there was potential action by the board. And I believe I summarized where those landed with the first 2 bullet points with the arrows being voted to remove, the last 2 bullet points with arrows where the board asked us to gather more information. Next slide. This is just providing clarity on what those specific motions were. So motion 1 was to move to approve, motion 2 was to remove, and then with the exception of those 2 data points, where we'll bring that back for further discussion at a future board meeting. Okay, so that's a summary of what we discussed at the board meeting last week. The last bit of context I'll add to this is that if you look at our 5-year timeline for the Cradle-to-Career data system overall, there are a number of additional data domains that are identified in that timeline where the plan had been to work in a collaborative and systematic way to identify how the data set should be expanded in those areas. And I wanted to flag that because there are structured processes we want to put in place on a couple of topic areas over the next 2 years. For each of those, we plan to rely on a process similar to the planning process. And one of the things that I think was incredibly wise about the initial Cradle-to-Career Data System Act that passed in 2019 and the way that Kathy Booth ran the planning process that preceded the launch of the office is that the process started by identifying key priority questions. There were about 6 areas identified in that 2019 Act that were a priority for the data system. So starting by saying, what are the key questions that we as a state need to be able to answer, that the people of California really want to be able to answer, and then have those questions drive the process of looking at what are the available data points, what's feasible, what's valid, what could we bring into the data system. So what we'd like to do in a number of domains is to mimic that and have kind of a mini planning process across these 4 areas where we collaborate with our data partners, where we collaborate with you on this board in particular, and with the governing board and the community engagement board, and where we get public input on that. And the upcoming domains that are identified in that timeline are early learning and care. I already mentioned that. So both CDE and the Department of Social Services are working on that area. Bringing in data on nonprofit and private higher education segments. We just had a meeting with AICCU members last week to explore options for bringing their data into the data set so that can complement what we have from the public higher education segments. And then work around workforce data, including adult education. That's an area where we've heard a lot of interest as well. And then more points in health and human services. So for each of these areas, we want to dive into those in a more coordinated process to expand that. I mention all of this because as you think about your choice points over the next few years and what you want to bring forward as recommendations, it's your choice what you'd like to bring. but there's an opportunity if you'd like to connect it with the scheduled domains that we'll discuss. That could enable you to engage in a much more in-depth process of going back and forth and discussing the potential data points and really diving into it, a level of detail that's hard to do in the very open, anyone can submit any idea process that you have with the recommendations. So I just wanted to mention that as you think about like, what do you potentially want to recommend this fall? We'll try to provide some more clarity around the schedule for looking at these different domains, so you can keep that in mind if you would like to. So this is me providing context about the work our office is planning to do, so you can take that into consideration if you would like to. All right, with that, I wanted to provide the big picture context so that you have that in mind as you go into the next agenda item, which will be all about the recommendations that went through the feasibility study. But let me first pause and see what questions or comments you have on that. Yes.
Regard,
Please state your name.
Diana Harlick. Regarding the issue around parent education data, you said your office will be exploring that more. Will you, and looking at trade-offs? Will you be looking at the trade-off between parent ed data and free and reduced price meal data specifically? And like, could it be one or the other, I guess is what I'm not understanding. And if so, would you be looking at data quality and data completeness as a criteria? Because for free and reduced price meals, our experience locally is that with the advent of universal meals, that metric is no longer a valid SES indicator. So I was just curious to hear more about that.
Thank you for that question. Yes, as I understand it, right now, the question before us is if we have to choose between the parental education level variable and the socioeconomic status variable, which my understanding from CDE, who've been quite helpful in helping us understand this, the SES variable is primarily made up of the free and reduced price meal information. So it's about providing more information of the trade-off of choosing just one of the two. And the question you asked around data quality is one that came up in the governing board meeting as well, for exactly the reason you highlighted. So we want to look at those trade-offs comprehensively. If we had to choose one or the other, which one would the governing board rather request from CDE? And the data quality issues will be a part of that. So thank you for highlighting that.
Sorry, I'm not sure who raised their hands first, but I saw there are a couple on that side also. Okay, just because I wanted to
Sorry, please
add
state your
something
name.
to that. So member Orlick, and yeah, the local school districts, we deal a lot with these data points. Although universal lunch is now being provided, and hopefully that will continue. We're not totally sure, right, which way funding and legislature will go. We are still required to collect income data at a local level, although that's not to be used for any purpose other than those lined out in the NSLP program. The trade-offs, I mean, there are certainly some trade-offs. I would certainly encourage looking at all of the components and the benefits of having either. Socioeconomic status is definitely aligned with the local control funding formula, which then helps us make decisions locally about how we're funding and supporting students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged. In that sense, maybe more kind of aligned with some of the equity principles that are part of the Cradle-to-Career data system. And it is a little bit more complete in terms of how we're reporting that across students, again, because of funding that is aligned with low-income status, which we cannot use beyond, certain purposes. Therefore, SCS becomes a good proxy for us because we are allowed to use it for making program decisions and supporting students in a way that we can't make decisions based on using parent education level. Parent education level, however, does give you more information, right, by those granularities of the statuses of the education level that parents receive. And starting this coming year, we will be required to report that on a more granular level from districts, but historically there has been a lot of missing data in terms of parent education level, and it is a little is a little bit more difficult to determine how to best use that because we're reporting both parent education levels, whereas income is at a household level. So a lot of considerations. My feeling from the local level and dealing with this data and seeing how it has changed over time is that socioeconomic status is a little bit more aligned with how support decisions are being made and is a little bit more complete in part because it is an amalgamation of different data points. And it is a way to proxy income level because we cannot use income level directly to inform other decisions or to report publicly. So those are some considerations from my perspective.
You can go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Oliver Shack, and I have just two questions also related about data points. The first question is for IEP status, is that sort of a binary yes or no type data point, or does it have more sort of granular information about kind of the type of disability, maybe the type of accommodations, sort of details along those lines. And then I'll also have my second question, which is for race ethnicity. It really stuck out for me that there's multiple sources, agencies, segments that collect those data. And I'm curious whether there's differences in the categories that are used, and also sort of more broadly, like the quality of the data, how complete the data are, how detailed they are, and whether there's sort of a process to parse out what's the best source or what could be most authoritative.
Thank you for those questions. I'll start, and Ryan, I welcome you to jump in. So the IEP status variable that we shared today is for young children. We also get a variable related to IEP status from CDE for K-12 as well. Ryan, do you want to speak to whether that's just a flag or if there's more detailed information?
Yes, so the IEP specific variable that comes from CDE is just a flag. So IEP yes, IEP no, with no visibility into the qualifying disability category. And then the disability, including students with IEPs, is a flag for disability. So that's on the Cal HHS side. Yeah, so that more specifically, that will include students who have IEPs, but will also include young children who have disabilities and may not have an IEP.
And to your question about the race and ethnicity data, also a question that came up at the board meeting. The answer to your question is yes, we're receiving data from different entities. Yes, the different entities in some cases have different levels of options for responses that are not exactly the same across. There's a resource that we could email you after the meeting if we can put this on the list. From during the planning process, there was an in-depth discussion about how to handle the fact that not all entities collect race and ethnicity data with the same level of granularity. So we'd be happy to forward that along. That's still live on WestEd's website. So we'll share that. And then our team has also developed, as a part of the file specifications, some plans for how to use recency and information in deciding which information will be pulled from, if you will, in the publicly displayed dashboards. So thank you. It's a very important question that Ryan Estriato and his team are grappling with quite a bit. Yes.
Member Faust, just a clarification question. So given the kind of choice between collecting information about parental race, parental level of education versus SES information there, have you guys looked into another data source that might be able to provide that information, for example, birth records, although it would come, probably with bureaucratic challenges, maybe thinking through another data set or data collection mechanism, and of course, the limitations of the data sources itself, but thinking through have you guys considered other data sources? So maybe you wouldn't have to choose between receiving one bit of education data versus another.
That's something we'd like to explore in this process. Adding a new data provider is a non-trivial lift, but you're raising an important question, and that's something that we'll try to look into. Thank you.
Member Huff, so my comments along these same lines, we've been working at pace with some researchers from UC Irvine, Stanford, and the University of North Carolina, and they've been working in Oregon to combine SNAP data into schools and shown that the ISP, the identified student percentage at the school level, is a really much better indicator of poverty when you connect with census records than free and reduced price lunch. So just to note that there are researchers who are working with this data outside of California who could be a really great resource if more information is desired.
Thank you for all of these specific comments. I think this is giving us an opportunity to think about both who we can reach out to and what questions we can ask as we work on this with CDE. So thank you.
Yeah, member Anthony, it may also be while you're thinking about choosing between the parental ed and the free reduced price lunch, I think too what would be interesting in that makeup is the school counselor makeup at high schools, because oftentimes they may or may not be the gatekeepers to receive the free reduced price lunch, or oftentimes it's just an application to get it. It's not automatic. So I'll just be curious to know how that data point may play into having to balance whatever option that you decide to choose.
Member Morgan, there's some, you mentioned the CDE response to race and ethnicity, and then you're going to utilize that instead. I guess a concern I would have would be the 500,000 students in private schools, and maybe that is not currently being collected for private school students. And so you would maybe lose that, the race and ethnicity data specifically for private school students, if you're not going to use Department of Health and Social Services data points. So just something to consider when you pull in data from CDE only.
Okay, got it. So I want to make sure I understand your comment. You're not talking about the CSAC data point on this one. It's about Department of Social Services and the capturing students who are not in the public schools.
Yeah, so I think
Okay.
race and ethnicity, you're going to pull from the CDE because that data already been collected.
Yes,
And so but that's what data is going to be collected for public school students.
correct. Correct.
So you might not receive that data now for private school students.
That's correct, though we would not have been receiving it for private school students from the Student Aid Commission previously either, because that variable was just coming from CDE. And the Department of Social Services, so we're happy to look into that more.
Okay, is there considerations to pull data for private school students specifically in K-12?
We don't currently have a data provider who collects data from private school students in K through 12. At the higher education level, we're working with AICCU and working to develop a partnership with the National Student Clearinghouse to have visibility into all of the non-public universities in California. But we don't currently have a data provider for the non-public schools at the K through 12 level.
Can I build on that? This member Fong, there's also a set of K through 12 schools that are independent, that are not private and still nonprofit run. So I think they're run by like the American Independent Schools, like it's a entity. I don't know if y'all have looked into that at all.
For K-12?
Yeah.
We currently don't have any data providers for K-12 other than CDE.
So I'd like to wrap up this agenda item. Wonderful, thank you. So if there's additional questions, comments, or concerns, please reach out to me and I could, send a response on behalf of the office. Thank you so much. Okay, so we will now be moving on to agenda item 5, which is the presentation of the proposal feasibility studies and the discussion of public comment and possible action on recommendation to the governing board. So this is our second item that's before members today for a vote. Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs, will be our presenter. Joining him after his presentation will be Kathy Booth, Project Director of the Economic Mobility, Post-Secondary and Workforce Systems at West Ed. I would like to refer members of the public to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. And please feel free to follow along. It can be accessed on the website. And Ryan Estrellado, please feel free to kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kay. Hi, everybody. Nice to see everybody again. Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs at C2C. And today I'll be presenting the findings of the C2C Annual Feasibility Study. And for this item, I would like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for it. It includes a copy of the feasibility report itself. And if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, you'll find the staff report on the C2C website. Next slide, please. Okay, so first I want to share gratitude to all who submitted proposals. One thing I really noticed as I read through these is that you could see that the requests were aimed at informing the public and empowering equitable data use and research. And though today we'll share a lot of details about feasibility, those details are not at all a reflection on the positive intent of the proposals. The feasibility study was conducted by our very own C2C research manager, David Lang, and what you'll hear today is a summary of the findings. Feasibility study process is a concept that we're all working on together to execute for the first time, and like any new process, we discover nuances that we need to address head on, not only in the context of the data points, but also in the context of the important decisions that were made during the 2019 planning process. For the next 30 minutes, I'll be sharing the results of the feasibility study. And then after that, I will invite Kathy Booth, who was the lead facilitator of that planning process, to join me at the table to facilitate our hour-long member discussion. Okay, so let's, if we can go back, Angelique, to that one. Yes, thank you. This is a recap of the feasibility study process. This is where we've been and how we've arrived here. Recall that over the summer, we had a conversation with our data providers. That was a joint meeting with the two advisory boards where we discussed data points in depth and had a chance to hear from the data providers talk and answer questions about the data. During the fall, members of the advisory board drafted proposals. And then also in the fall, we held a meeting to vote on which of those proposals would move forward to the feasibility study process. Now here we are in spring, feasibility study is finished, and we will be going through the results. Okay, so next slide, please. I want to go through some goals. We have a lot to go through today. It's a longer-ish agenda item with a longer conversation. And so I will do my best to walk us through this and make sure that we're following along. I've got 5 goals for us today. By the end of this agenda item, you will have received a presentation summarizing the feasibility study findings. You will have had the opportunity to discuss the findings with other members. You will have an opportunity to vote on the data points that you would like to share with the governing board at the May 2024 board meeting. And then finally, you will select an advisory board member to present those data points at the same May 2024 governing board meeting. Next slide, please. Okay, so a little bit about the proposal. In your board materials, your digital materials, you have a single report, so it's one report. And this report is a study of 3 proposals submitted by members Anthony Jr., Reddy, and Orlick. And at a high level, the topics can be described as follows. Number 1, college retention and persistence metrics beyond the second year. Number 2, high school exit status and completion outcomes. And finally, number 3, college course taking and A-to-G coursework. Of course, for detailed research questions and proposals, you can see the public posting of the proposals on the C2C website. Some clarification about some terms that we'll be using today. Across all three proposals, I'll be sharing findings about the 13 data points and metrics. And for clarity, we're defining data points and metrics like this. Data points are variables that stand on their own in a data system, and metrics are new variables that are calculated from existing variables. Next slide. Okay. For the governance manual, the feasibility study focuses on these 5 areas. Those are data availability, reliability, and validity. Legal requirements, the second one. Third is startup and ongoing costs to the office and to the data providers. Number 4, potential approaches for collecting the information. And number 5, any political or other implications that would jeopardize the neutrality of the office. And I would now like to highlight 3 of these one by one. First is data considerations. This area helps us understand whether the requested data point exists and how well it describes the desired construct. And this is important because we want to share data with the public that they can interpret with an acceptable amount of certainty. The next one is cost. And this area helps us understand the costs required to add and also maintain additional data points. This part of the conversation is important because it helps the office deliver on our promise of transparency. And then the third one that I'll highlight is data compliance. This area is focused on statutory requirements, privacy, and neutrality. This part of the conversation is important because it helps the office strike the balance between a meaningful data set, the promises outlined in the statute, our commitment to privacy and security, and also our requirements as a neutral entity. Okay, so those are 3 highlighted areas that feasibility studies looked at. Now, on the next slide, I'm going to talk about a tool that we'll be using together. You should have in front of you a hard copy of a member participant guide. I'm just going to take a moment for you to find that. Does anybody not have that? Oh, good to go. So I acknowledge that this is going to be a lot of information. To assist with the presentation, you have this member participant guide to use for this section. I would like for you to use it in any way that helps you organize your thoughts, knowing that you'll be having a conversation after this 30-minute presentation and will ultimately decide on which of the 13 data points and metrics you will be presenting to the governing board in May. So just to preview what that'll look like, so you can imagine it as we have the conversation. Kathy will be joining me here at the end of this presentation to facilitate the conversation, and on the screen will be a screen share of the same member facilitation guide, participant guide, sorry, that you have in front of you. And then as you decide on together on the data points that you would like to move forward, we will highlight those. So it's nice and clear what will be put into the motion. So just something to imagine and preview for the conversation part of our time together. Okay, just a little bit more before we dive in here. All for the, oh, sorry, that you're right, Angelique, just next to grouping, please. There you go. The 13 data points all fall into one of 5 categories. Each category describes a different level of feasibility. These categories are, number 1, data points which are already in the P20W data set. Number 2, data points which are already in planned dashboards and query builder tools. Third category, data points that can be calculated with existing data points. Number 4, expansions to planned dashboards and query builder tools. And then finally, data points with feasibility concerns. So 5 categories, 13 data points. They all fall into one of these 5 categories. Each of these categories has a differing level of feasibility based on the results of David's evaluation. Okay, that's the background, the organization. Now let's jump in. In that last slide, you showed 5 category. We're just going to go through these categories one by one. With the first one, data points already in the data sets. These are data points that already exist in the data system. They are, number one, career readiness. Number two, AP course completion. Number three, IB, International Baccalaureate course completion. Number four, dual enrollment. And number five, earned a special education diploma, which will be included in the complete high school metrics, one of the values there, but which the data will be delayed given that the students have not yet earned this diploma. So it's data collection that's coming soon. On this slide is a link to the high-level data definition on our website, sorry. And so you can see there that it was already in the planning and already included in the system. These data points are related to high school exit status and college course taking, which are Member Orlick's proposal and Member Reddy's proposal respectively. And I want to give a special note on these data points. Though they already exist in the data system, members may want to bring them to the board anyway as a way to emphasize how important they are. They were selected during the 18-month planning process, and the advisory board's choice to propose them says something about their meaning to the community. So something to think about. That's category number one, data already in the data system. Now, category number two, data points in plan tools. The next slide, please. There you go. Data points in this category are metrics that are planned for the dashboards in Query Builder. Unlike the previous category that we looked at, these data points do not exist in the data set as named here, but the information they describe are planned in our dashboards. For reference, you'll find a description of all the planned dashboards on our website. I'll give one example here. I'll just say, I'll read out here. The two data points are number one, cross-institution post-secondary persistence metrics, and number two, K-12 students who enrolled in post-secondary with disaggregation options based on early college credit, career and technical education, course taking, and student demographics. I'll share one example here. David's report shows that the planned college and career readiness dashboard. So that's one of the ones that you'll find on the public dashboard descriptions. That's college and career readiness. Will show post-secondary enrollment, and then within that, the number of students earning early college credit or students who took CTE, career and technical ed courses while in high school. Similar to the last category of data points, reminding again that though these are already planned in the dashboards, members may want to bring them to the board as a way to emphasize how important they are in the system and to the community. Third category. These are data points that do not exist in the system, but can be calculated off of using data points that exist in the system. So data points in this category, they don't exist in data system. They're also not planned for our dashboard, but the office can calculate them using the data points that are in the data system. For each of these data points in the report, I'll read them here first. Number one, expansion of post-secondary retention data beyond a single year. Number two, AP and IB course offerings. That's advanced placement, international baccalaureate course offerings. Number three, early college course offerings or dual enrollments. For each of these data points in the report, you'll find suggestions for metrics based on what's possible with data points in the system. Note that the report includes important details. I'll give one example. Flags for AP and IB courses that CDE has contributed to this system have recently changed, making data starting in a 2019-2020 school year more feasible. So when thinking about feasibility, I encourage you to look at the report, particularly in this category and the following ones, to look at the specific nuances that were uncovered in the analysis. Okay, that's category number three. Now, moving on to the second to the last category, this is a data points that can be included in a dashboard expansion. Actually, one data point falls into this category. The data point in this category is not in the data system, nor is it planned for the dashboards. And were the office to include it, it would be an expansion of the planned college and career readiness dashboard. So the same dashboard that we referenced in the, I think it was 2 categories ago now. Okay, so earlier we talked about planned disaggregations in the same dashboard. This is college and career readiness. Specifically, this would happen, this particular data point where we add it would happen by adding the ability to disaggregate by high school completion type and also AP and IB course taking. It's useful to know when proposals overlap with partner reporting, some of this information, it's useful to note when proposals overlap with partner reporting, some of this information is also available through the California Department of Education's reporting system. You'll find that in CDE's Data Quest 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate report. So something to note here just in general is when we look at the feasibility, one of the things that we look at is the metric currently reported by one of our partner institutions, partner agencies, sorry. And the reason why we look out for that is to be aware of times where there is potential to direct folks who are looking for that kind of information to a source of data that already exists, even if there ends up being overlap in the tools that report on similar things. Okay, that is category 4 of 5. And now on to the 5th one, which is data points feasibility concerns. Okay, there were 2 I want to talk about here. I'm going to go into these with a little bit more detail. Data points in this category aren't in the data system, and the office identified issues that raise concerns about feasibility. So we'll go through each of these one by one. First one is retention by major. In the context of the proposal, this data point is needed to understand rates of return to college in the originally declared major. The feasibility concern is about how well the data collected for majors actually conveys this construct. Specifically, there is no standard for collecting data about majors across institutions and systems. So with the office display, for example, students returning to college in their 2nd or 3rd year in the same major, the public would not have certainty about what that means. For example, it could mean that a student declared that major simply upon starting college, or it could also mean that a student declared that major after completing prerequisite courses. And looking across all institutions and agencies, there would not be a way for the public to be able to interpret that. Next slide. And stay here with retention by major. Our data partners who are a part of the feasibility studies helped us understand this better by sharing some examples, and I'll share 2 here. The first is from our partners at community colleges. At the community colleges, major is collected at admission. And because of that, it tells a story about what the student intends to do, but not necessarily what courses the student completed towards that major. Similarly, our partners at CSU shared a different example. At CSU, students who declare majors in competitive areas and students who change majors, they found tend to return to them. So factors like these can make returning within a major a complex data point to interpret when put into dashboards and when in the context of all of the higher ed segments. In the feasibility study report, David identified 6 factors like the 2 that I just shared that influence major data, making it difficult to tell a reliable data story across multiple systems that collect this information. That is retention by major and a highlighted feasibility concerns. Now we'll move on to the second one in this category, A to G courses. The next data point, A to G courses. In the context of the proposal, this data point is needed to understand the availability of A to G course options in LEAs or public schools. Though A to G related data does exist, the feasibility concern here is that there isn't a way to validate that data using the ideal method, which is checking it against the University of California's course management portal, or CMP. And that's because neither the California Department of Education nor the C2C data system are connected to the CMP. Next slide, please. Staying here on A to G courses, the California College Guidance Initiative, our partner, or CCGI, does have A to G status data, but is still in the process of scaling. And there are 3 reasons the office has identified that make bringing this functionality into the data system at present not feasible. The first one is that there aren't legal agreements that allow CCGI, at least currently, to share this data with the C2C data system. The second is that were C2C to pursue a way to validate A to G courses, it would risk duplication of CCGI's work, which is well underway. And then finally, course offerings vary every year. So in a scenario where C2C attempted to validate the A to G flags, the office would need to review these courses annually. And to get a sense of the scope of that task, we looked into the data system itself and identified 300,000 unique course names in the P20W data set at present. Okay, so that's the 2 data points that fall into the category feasibility concerns. That's all 5 categories. Thumbs up if you're still with me. I know this works on Zoom. All right, thank you. I know this is a lot of information, but you're about to have a really important conversation, and we really wanted to deliver on the promise of giving you as much information as you can, feedback, give you a sense of what it would take to bring these into the system. And so now I'm going to begin to wind down this part of it, and then we will soon begin our conversation. But first, lessons learned. We said this a couple of times. I really feel like it's worth it to say it again. This is the first time doing this. You know that there's a long way to go for us to make this what we think it can be and should be as a process, especially in the way that we communicate and involve with both our data partners and also the folks who are helping to advise us on this, and also with you. And so we're focusing on 3 things as we think about the next cycle, which, if you can believe it, starts in about 4 months. So right around the corner. So things to expect in the next cycle. Number 1, earlier and frequent email updates with data providers. So one thing that we learned is that this is a conversation that needs to be ongoing, as opposed to one that is punctuated by an email or communication every other month. It's probably needs to be more frequent than that. I think that's going to help a lot. The second is improvements to the proposal process. We'll talk about some of the specific things that we are proposing for that in agenda item number 7. And then finally, documentation to support awareness of data points already in the P20W data set list. You'll notice, of course, that we had 2 categories, with the first one having, I believe, the most number of data points in it was 1 where the data points already existed in the system. And we feel like one area that we can improve the process is to have more conversation and documentation about what's here, so that folks can be aware of that as they propose. Okay, that's lessons learned. In a moment, we're going to start the conversation, but I believe this is the point where we can have a break. So I'm going to turn it over to Mary.
So the thought here is, Ryan covered it very clearly. Let's let our brains soak this in for 5 minutes. I do want to remind folks, it will be 5 minutes. So it's 11:14. We'll come back at 11:19. We'll start the discussion. This is an item for member vote, so I appreciate everybody's punctuality. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, so folks who are joining us via Zoom, thank you. It's 11:20. We're now back in session. What I'd like to do at this time is hand it back over to Ryan Estrellado and Kathy Booth to facilitate our discussion of agenda item number 5.
Thank you, Mary Kay, Kathy Booth. Wested has joined me to kick off our member discussion about the feasibility findings. I'm gonna, just in the interest of time, I'm gonna turn it over to Kathy, and while Kathy gets started, I'm gonna ask Angelique to please screen share our participation guide, please. Without further ado, Kathy.
Hi, everyone. So what we're going to be doing over the next half hour is making decisions about which of these proposals we want to bring forward to the board for consideration. So I think the easiest way to do this is grouping them in the different categories. So I'm working off of a version of the participant guide, just like you. I've already got some notes in my boxes, which is how long we have to talk about each item. So we've got 10 minutes per category. So I'm going to do our best to make sure that everyone can say what they need to say. So we don't want to rush this, but I just want to make clear that we've got that today. And Mary Kate's already looking at me because she knows that I've already pushed it past what she'd really like. So anyway, we'll get right to it. So the first area is the issue of data points that are already in the data set. And so what you heard from Ryan is that you have the option of telling the board how important these data points are to have in the data set. You could just not say anything because they're already there. Or I don't know if there's other ideas that you have. So what are your thoughts about this first category? Yes, Heather.
This is Member Huff. I just had a question about AP and IB based on that prior conversation that we had about their availability.
So of the courses?
Yeah, the AP course and the IB course.
Right. So David, do you want to answer the question about what information is available there at the construction?
Certainly. So the information that currently we are tracking is a polytomous item of how many AP exams a student took from 0 to 3 or more.
My apologies, this is for course taking. Like, how do we know that we have the AP course data in the data set?
So for AP course taking, that is what we are currently tracking. We also currently have the course enrollment files of students, and we have identified AP and IB indicator variables that we can then use to identify which specific course they took.
Right, so that there's the list of the classes that were offered.
So what we don't have is the scores then from those courses. Okay.
Yes.
Vikash Reddy, just a clarification on it's completed an advanced placement course or completed a IB course, right? So it's a flag for whether or not they completed the course, not how many courses the student took. Is that correct?
So, there are a lot of interrelated data points. So we have that variable of whether or not they completed, and that is defined on a 0, 1, 2, or 3 courses they completed.
Okay.
And then I believe we also may have an indicator variable for our early college course taking, that is the union of those AP, IB, and other outcomes.
Thank you.
Regarding dual enrollment specifically that's listed here in college courses, is that through the community college system specifically, or what data set? Because I think there's 2 types of college courses students can take in a high school. One could be articulated, which is a high school course. One could be a dual enrollment course, which is a community college course, for instance. And I'm curious if both would be disaggregated as a dual enrollment versus an articulated course.
Okay, so I'm going to answer this one. There's a lot of ways that things get described for dual enrollment. So this is an element that's coming from CDE, and it's based on courses that the high school is aware are being offered. So often this is going to be something like a choice that the district and a community college make together in order to offer a class. And so there may be instances that are missing, such as if the student on their own just ends up enrolling in a community college. Articulated courses, that in its way it's sometimes interpreted, is the idea that you're doing a high school class and then there's a credit for prior learning way that you're given college credit after the fact. That is not something that's currently tracked in a clean way by CDE, so that would not be available for this data point. Yes.
Just to clarify, if the student data for these items is related to the college and career indicator, what is being provided is if a student completed an AP course, and it is based on the score is determined, is how completion is determined. If they passed an AP course test with a 3 or better, or an IB test with a 4 or better. So that's what's being used for the college and career indicator at the CDE level.
Quick interjection here. If I could have members name
Oh,
and
yes,
speak
Member
up,
Orlick.
please.
Yes.
Thank you.
I had,
Yes.
oh, this is Member Connor. I just had a question. This to me, these data points will give a particular view, but it does not address access because not every school district regionally has a CCAP agreement for dual enrollment, for instance, or even IB or even AP courses. Is there a desire to kind of look at the landscape in terms of access? And then there's equity issues as well.
So with the proposal to actually look at the courses offered by institutions for AP, IB, and dual enrollment, it would give you that access question. You would know whether the high school even offers those courses, and then you could use that to then contextualize the outcomes of how many students are completing classes. Any other questions? Okay, so then what is your thinking? How would you want to raise the point, these concepts with the board? Do you want to say they're very important to have, or are you content to just move on to the next category?
I would like, Member Fong, I would like to propose that we elevate particularly this dual enrollment piece that it's just in the ether right now, dual enrollment, K-16 collaborative, et cetera, that's happening. And I appreciate the nuance that there are articulated courses when you do have a formalized program. However, if a student is taking community colleges classes, there's no way to track that if they're doing it on their own. I would like to clarify that to the governing board because I don't think that's actually very clear in this data point.
So you want to clarify that there should be additional information about dual enrollment?
Yes.
Above and beyond? Okay, so I have a process question. So this would expand the proposal that the feasibility study addressed. So what is the process that we should be using for that, I guess? Do we want to raise this then as a new data point in the process that starts in just a couple of months so that we can run this through feasibility studies? Or do you want to basically say, we are very interested in this and we expect to deliver a proposal later for the board?
I have a question, Vikash Reddy, a question kind of about philosophically, this question of there's a high school student who takes a community college class and doesn't tell his counselor, and so it's not. I kind of feel like, isn't that what the California Cradle-to-Career data system is supposed to help us sort out, right? Like, isn't that where we get the data on the back end and we say, oh, look at the number of students who are doing this. I'm hesitant to say to CDE, you've got to get your act together on these things and figure this out for students because like they're doing a lot and they're already not able to do half the things that we've asked of them. And to me, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm coming at this from the wrong place, right? But isn't that kind of one of the major benefits of this thing that we're standing up right now?
I'm happy, this is Marianne Bates. I'm happy to react to that. So the way you're framing this is, can Cradle-to-Career step in to connect data across entities? Where helpful conceptually, yes, that is part of what we're aiming to do here is the Cradle-to-Career data system. I think the question that Kathy is asking very specifically on this is, you proposed ideas, we did a feasibility study, now you need to decide what to advance to the board. Naturally, what I expect might happen in this conversation is that you say, yes, and here's this thing that wasn't on our original list, but now that we have this information, we're realizing, oh, this other piece of information would be useful. So I think process-wise, what we need to be careful about is distinguishing between like what has actually gone through the feasibility study And what are their ideas, for example, on this question about having more information about high school students who are earning college credit, right? Whether their school knows about it or not, is a new question than the one we dug into with our partners over the last few months. Is that one that you want to flag as here's another idea we're going to be mulling on? Is that something you want to potentially put in the next round of feasibility studies? I think that's the process question I heard Kathy asking. And to your point, I think two things are true. Something conceptually, bringing data together across providers, spirit of cradle to career. In practice, doing so might have implications that we haven't thought through for what CDE and the community colleges and others already report. So I'd want to be very thoughtful about that and talk with them. So that's a long-winded way of asking the same question Kathy just did. Just how can we support you in identifying what you want to formally advance to the board as something that went through the feasibility study, and what you want to put either as, a note, we care about this, it hasn't gone through the feasibility study yet, or something to put on the docket, perhaps one of you wants to bring for next time around.
Well, because I proposed it, I do kind of need to step back in order to formulate an opinion, which is for feasibility studies in the next round, are we limited to 3 proposals again? Or is there going to be more? Because I wouldn't want to add something on you. So let me just stop there.
Should I take that one again? Yeah. This is Mary Ann Bates. The process that the board went through with its committee on the governance manual decided to stay with the limitation of 3 proposals per year to aid with the prioritization and ensure that we can have a focused number of feasibility studies. That does not mean that the office couldn't explore some of these areas separately. Like, we're not limited just to that, but in terms of what the board advances, yes, 3 ideas.
Yes.
So my understanding is that the decision before us is, do we say these are really important? Or do we say nothing? And then there's a separate issue of whether we want to. So in the interest of moving this forward, can I move that we tell the board we think these are really important and we want to encourage the continued tracking?
Don't disagree? Yeah. Does anyone disagree? Okay, so the note will be that these are all important, and that's why that you're telling us about that. Great.
Kathy, does it help if we highlight on?
Yeah, so those are all go to green. All right, second topic. These are the data points that are in the plan tool. So while it may not be a discrete metric, you could actually find the information in the dashboards. So what are your thoughts about that? Do you want to tell the board that it's very important that we develop these features of the dashboards, or do you want to not make a comment on these items?
I have a question. This is Lisa Chavez. I have a question. I thought I heard Ryan say when he listed these under data points that are in plan tools, I thought I heard him say they're not in the data set, but they're part of the plan tools. Did I hear that correctly?
Maybe I could do a clarification about how we construct these. So this goes back to the planning process. There's the idea of metrics that could be listed as available. So let's take, for example, the concept of persistence where someone is enrolled in one institution and another institution, let's say in the same region, and could you see that in a dashboard? So that can be calculated, meaning that all the data, underlying information is there so that you can see that. But it's not like there would be a data point that says this many students stayed in the same institution versus this many students stayed attending more than one institution. So if you start to imagine our query builder, the idea is there's a list of data points that you can select from that would generate a summary table. So if you make it the equivalent of a data point, that means it would have to appear on that drop-down menu as opposed to just being information that you could see that has been calculated from the underlying information. Does that make sense?
Sort of. How is it possible for us to at some point like receive like a master kind of document that just really like, here's the P20 data set, this is what's in it, this is what it will be used for, and here are the dashboards, query builders, and this is what it's composed of, so we can see the difference between data points and metrics. What I think I heard you say is that there's data points and metrics that go into the query builder, but it's still not clear. In the end, if everything is derived from the data set or not.
So there's information up on the website right now that lists the discrete data points that are available in the P20W data set. It describes the functionality of the query builder tool, and it lists the contents that would be in each of the dashboards. So that information is there. But I think that the distinguishing thing for you to think about is really the context of the query builder. So a dashboard is something where a group of people said, this is the type of information that people want to have, and this is how we will visualize it. So if you look at that portion of the C2C website, you'll actually see use cases where it's saying, this is how we think a parent uses this information. This is how we think an advocate would use this information. So the dashboard is all there already. You can just pick and choose. And the way you would get to cross-institution post-secondary persistence metrics is that you'd actually be able to choose a filter that says, I want to see it by region, by, whatever, by statewide, things like that. The query builder is where you are taking things that are nameable and knowable, and you can say, put these several items together to help me get an answer to a question. And so that's the difference between the two. So I guess the question is, you would be, again, amending the concept here. If you're asking for additional data points, that would tell you whether someone persists within an institution as opposed to across institutions.
Thank you.
I can add to that too. Maybe this all clarify is on the website, there's a data elements by provider list, got all the data. So operationally, what it would mean to add a data point versus just use it in the dashboard is it would expand that list to then include by name that actual data point. It would be imported or calculated every single year. There are many things that will be displayed in the query builder and the dashboard that can be displayed but don't necessarily need to exist as a named data point in the data elements by provider list.
Oliver Shack, I'll make a few comments mainly about the persistence bullet point and a few questions as well. I think just one clarification question is, would these data include information about persistence at private schools? And is there a limitation of public versus private? Has there been have you looked into using other sources like National Student Clearinghouse for those kinds of data? And then a few other things. I think on the question of within school versus cross-institution persistence, I would say there are folks in the field that do feel like within school is particularly important. And they don't, some people prefer that over the cross-institution persistence. So I'll voice that. And then the last question I have is more on kind of the cohort, like what kind of cohort is being used, especially in terms of students who are born kind of traditional age, first time status versus not.
I'm going to go back to the first question, which had to do with the availability of information on public versus private schools. So do you mean K-12 or post-secondary?
Primarily post-secondary.
Okay, so who from the C2C team wants to clarify that?
Yeah, I could take that one. Yeah,
Okay.
so we are working with the National Student Clearinghouse right now to organize the import of AICCU institutions specifically. So AICCU, member signatory of the C2C participation agreement. And so when that data is imported, the analysis of what's available in the dashboard cross system would then include that for the AICCU institutions that have sent data for that year. Does that answer the question?
The first part, yes.
Okay.
So the second question, I think, had to do with the cohort of what would be shown. Did I miss one other item?
Yes, and also I just voiced that within institution is also an important point to include.
And that is definitely in the data set. So right now, there is a metric relating to persistence that's there. And so you would be able to, for example, in the dashboard, look at an institutional level. So it's like the idea that there's various degrees, and we'll actually talk more later in the meeting about that idea of geographic variation for the ways to make that truly useful for you all. And so the final one is the cohort. And the interesting thing about a query builder is it doesn't necessarily have a pre-designed cohort, so that you could make choices to look at persistence by age and other demographics, depending on how that gets constructed. And my understanding is that where we are in the dashboard development is that these things haven't been finalized. So I want to double check with Ryan about that.
Yeah, that's correct. We look forward to having more conversations about the relevant ways to build a cohort, like the design process for specifying what a cohort would look like, particularly in a student pathways diagram dashboard, is just starting in partnership with our data partners. So now would be a great time, not now literally now, but like this time, this period in the design process is a perfect time to hear about how we could build a cohort, particularly in the pathway diagrams, that would be informative.
Yes.
Yes, Member Anthony, slightly on Member Shack's first question, are we able to get this by CCC, CSU, and the UCs that's variable?
Available for all of them. Okay.
I would highlight these in green and let the commission know that we're really into making sure they have it. Both bullets, yeah.
Does anyone disagree? Yep. Fantastic. You were exactly on schedule. Okay, next item. This goes back to Member Chavez's questions about the difference between a data point and a visualization. So there are times when there is information where all the components are there that we could pull things together to create a new metric. So we still have to go ask the governing board about it, but it is something that could be done. And so those were the ones on expansion, post-secondary retention beyond a single year. So if you remember from your feasibility study, that it actually defined what those metrics would be, like they persisted to year 3, they persisted to year 4. So that's how you're beginning to see what a data point looks like that's actually in the list, as well as the AP and IB course offerings. Those are what are the classes that an institution has, and the early college, meaning dual enrollment course offerings. So are there questions before we start on that one?
Because it's talking about, remember, or like, because we're talking about offerings, is there an example of how the tool would be envisioned to look? Is this a binary indicator or, by course? I'm just not sure, now that I'm reading it in a little more detail, what does offerings mean?
Yeah, so I would love to hear what David thinks about that. But I'll say in general, the imagining of how that would be displayed in a public-facing tool hasn't really been thought about yet. We mostly thought about this in the context of what it would be in a research request. But David, do you have more?
So honestly, what we were thinking, there'd have to be a little bit of cleanup of the actual underlying course names to map, because we've got 300,000 of them. But ideally, for instance, the AP courses, we would list the associated AP exam and course enrollment in that course associated with that particular institution or region, aggregated with those enrollment counts, or simply a list of these are the AP courses that are offered within this district.
Member Huff, this isn't a question, just a statement of support for the access questions. And as much detail as possible as we can get on them, I think, because we don't have, it's just so important to be able to disentangle the course taking from the course access. And so this feels like a huge improvement in the data system. And I think just trying to get to some specificity, so school level, topic level, and not consolidating that into just a flag, like number of AP classes is much less valuable than this school offers AP calculus and AP chemistry and more specificity beyond that.
Member Morgan, similar to Member Huff, I think the ability to also visualize that on a dashboard as opposed to a query builder, because we kind of level 1, level 2 users. Level 1 users not gonna really know how to use the query builder. So how do we visualize both the course offerings of AP versus CTE courses across different demographics specifically, and making sure that's all visualized in one set rather than separate, because I think it's important to highlight the need for demographics and students in low socioeconomic areas and see what kind of AP offerings are there compared to AP offerings in high socioeconomic areas, and see if there's any discrepancy there, as well as with ethnicity disaggregation as well. So I think having that as a visualization as opposed to just a query into the query builder is going to be important for transparency purposes.
Any other comments on this? Do you want to turn all these green and just say that you want to?
I would love to turn all those green. Yeah.
Anyone disagree? Great, picked up some time. All right, expansion of the plans tools. Now, this one is specifically about visualization, and to remember reporting point. Right now, in the plan visualization for the college and career readiness dashboard, there's an opportunity to see results disaggregated by CTE course taking status. So this would be just expanding that in one way to allow people to pick CTE and then AP and IB as a way to understand the way that it interacts with the other variables. And then secondarily, to also be able to disaggregate by the type of high school graduation, which is also something that there's already a sort of a placeholder there that could be easily amended. So what questions do you have around this proposal?
Member Orlick, I just wanted to clarify the context that was provided earlier, that while CDE does have tables that tell you how many students by some demographics graduated with certain exit or with AP IB course taking, there's currently no connection to post-secondary outcomes. So all of that would be new and exciting to see and to highlight in these tools.
This is Member Chavez. I just have a comment about the scope. So I appreciate you flagging that the CDE has its own, data quest. We're all familiar with data quest, right? So I just wanted to think this through. So data quest, if I went there, I would be able to see, like, say by school, this ACGR outcome, right? But the dashboard that C2C is building is merging that data with other data. So it's not gonna duplicate what's on data quest. It's going to be expanding it, right? But you're flagging it because, as you say, you want to be thoughtful about pointing users to, right? Like, if you need X, if you just need a straightforward accounting, you would go to data quest. But if you want to see something else, you would go to the dashboards. So therefore the public knows, like, under what circumstances you would turn to the various resources that the state of the algorithms. So that's what I'm that's what I'm saying. That's one reason why you flag that, is that it's something you become mindful of.
Yeah, because use case matters, right? So like part of the way we envision this is to help the public make sense of the information as best as possible. And that is done in a lot of different ways. But one of the ways is to say, depending on your use case, know that this information has been stored and displayed in this other area here for these purposes. And that, and particularly with our partners, where we're sort of trying to build a larger kind of understanding and ecosystem of how, like, public uses data, it just makes sense for us to do that. So that's.
And also just seems that if you all are aware, like, the different partnering agencies they have their own tools, like at UCOP, for example, they have query building tools to get data on, like, student enrollment. It seemed at some point it would be useful to, like, to maybe just flag, like, if you see a discrepancy, if the public sees a discrepancy in numbers, like, there's a reason for it and something, but I mean, I think that's just something to be cautious of, right? Because I know for me as a researcher, if I went to one query building and one query at one query you see and it showed something, and then I came here and it was, even if it was off by just a few students, I would just wonder, why is it off by like 10 students?
Right?
It's always
like
gonna be
everyday
off.
occurrence in our
I know,
lives.
I know, but is this real? Is this, you know, what I mean, who should I trust, right? Should I trust UC or do I trust, you know? So anyways, but thank you for flagging that.
David Lang, Research Manager. Thank you so much for that comment. One of the things that I will highlight is that as part of our data mastering process that is linking these disparate data systems together, we invariably are going to introduce not what I would call some minor discrepancies in terms of headcounts and things like that. So that's a particular reason why we are very cognizant and point to our data partners when they want the authoritative source on record on particular questions.
Do you want to move this one forward to the board? Should we turn this one green?
Yeah.
Does anyone disagree? All right. That takes us to our last grouping, which is the one where there were feasibility concerns. This was both the retention of students by major and the A to G related. So what questions do you have on this topic?
So Member Livingston, I was actually looking at a data table at UC Davis yesterday that had retention by major. And what they did was they broke it down by students who had stayed in the major and then students, the retention of students who had come into that major or transferred into the major. And I was wondering why that couldn't be a solution to this kind of problem that the data partners brought up, that they thought that, you know, it would be misleading to give a retention by major. The other thing I'd ask is, I see in the notes that you're going to suppress majors that had less than 30 individuals in them for a cohort. That's very, very large number, at least to me. We usually do 10, 5, smaller numbers, and I was wondering where that 30 came from.
So just who wants to answer the question about UC versus other segments for retention in a major?
Certainly. So I think some of the challenges are we want to try to set up definitions that are going to be consistent and meaningful across these institutions. And I think one of the things that is really so tricky is that major definition, what a major constitutes in terms of the guardrails to admission, restrictions, changes, all of those sorts of things. Student information systems, even really good ones, don't necessarily capture all of that in a way that's transmissible and easily digestible for an external agency to receive. So we would need to collect and gather metadata that, to the best of our knowledge, doesn't exist in a readily transmissible form. So I think the other thing to understand is that major switching behavior in particular, often there's not material incentive for that to be captured until a change actually needs to occur. So for instance, a student might be declared in one particular major, and then they will implicitly make a change to switch their major if you look at their course taking, all of their other behaviors, or even if you ask them. But until you get to the point in that administrative system where they need to declare and graduate for their degree, they simply may not actually make that change. So we might not be in a great position to pick that up.
So, Member Livingston, okay, so I understand that, but at least at UC Davis, the student has to declare their major before they can get into certain classes. So there is incentive structure to declare the right major. I understand there's going to be a lag period there. The other thing is, if you're collecting data in a panel, which I assume that you are, you can observe when the student came in, what their major was, and then, you know, every year look at their major again and again. You can do a flag of whether they've switched majors, right?
So I will say that we are still onboarding onto our existing data system, so I don't want to speak with too much precision. regarding that information. I think what you're also highlighting is another important point, that any sort of metric we report will have that sort of censorship and survivorship bias incorporated into it. And we want to be very careful about the types of information that we build into that query builder that can be sort of reified into data points. And finding ways to communicate that sort of issue is something that we are internally working on as an office.
I think another really important consideration, stepping into my facilitator role and stepping into my community college data role, is that information is not available in a reliable way from the community colleges. And in fact, is a common source of frustration for folks on the ground. But part of it is that there simply isn't enough of an advising structure that would create the ability to capture that data. So that would be a significant burden to community colleges, for example, to ask for that data point. So it's not beyond the scope of this group to go ahead and say, we think it's really important and we would request that the community colleges gather the data point and then share it with C2C. But that would have to go through its own feasibility study, probably, because that would be a very significant ask.
Member Anthony, let me know if both of these are difficult or if one is more difficult than that. So is the difficult piece collecting retention by the institution disaggregated by the major, or is it also difficult to just get retention within that specific major itself? So if you come in as, like, for the latter, if you come in as an engineering major, but you move to another major, that's a different story than just like it in a broad aggregated sense, and you just break it up by majors.
Do you want to answer that, or do you want me to?
I think so. The short answer is the way we operationalize the definition is retaining it in a major is you stay within that same major. And we really won't get to see that outcome until we look at the degree award table. So one of the concerns that's sort of ongoing is that we'll likely that retention in the second or third or fourth year variable won't necessarily be that meaningful, in the sense of if we don't think there's going to be material documentation of that major switching occur or in a student information system.
Thank you.
Member Fong, just remind me, I know that you just said that it was going to be difficult to collect it on the community colleges side, but typically when a student is transferring from a community college, they do declare a major, et cetera. So is it the same level of difficulty to collect that data from the UCs and the CSUs?
Do you have a sense of that?
I do. Could you repeat your question, please, member?
I know that it's difficult to collect that data from the community colleges side, but it's very typical for students who transfer in from community colleges or four-year institutions to have those majors retention numbers, like the CSU dashboards have those things. So I just wanted to know, is it equally difficult to collect it from the CSUs or the UC or from the UC system? And if not, couldn't we just get it from just the CSUs and the UCs and just not collect it from the community colleges?
I would need to look into those matters further.
So Member Livingston, the UC system would be dense. We require people to transfers to declare their major when coming in from a community college into the UC system. So yeah, that metric would be there for at least the UCs. I don't know about the CUs.
Same with the CSUs.
So do you want to propose to move this forward with just the clarification that it's only from UC and CSU?
I mean, I think so, if the data is readily available and people have accessed it.
Does anyone disagree?
This is Lisa Chavez. So I'm looking at your summary of feasibility issues. It's written very generally. So would you like to give us more information and your staff, like your bottom line CC data, not great, but based on what you learned, CSU and UC should be fine? Or is that still a maybe, the CSU and the UC, is it?
Oh. I think, again, some of the issues that I think we're battling against is that there are a lot of data points that can be calculated. But one of the things that we're trying to be very mindful is the construct validity around the use cases of how folks will analyze and use this data. So for instance, one thing that we could imagine is that there is a major that is very competitive, has a lot of guardrails to have access or attainment, and it has a very high retention rate. What we are potentially concerned about is a use case where that might be a deceptive finding to say that an engineering major with a 95% retention rate is that type of pathway with a high retention and easy major, let's say. I think those are the concerns that we are trying to manage when we make recommendations about what data points we construct and what types of things we reify into data points.
And Member Faust, and for me, the question really is, it sounds like it would be another kind of feasibility process or, a process of consideration to figure out how difficult it would be to pull in even the available information. For me, I weigh that against, the time that you guys are spending doing that versus potentially, putting that time to another data point or, construct that would, could provide us different information. So I'm trying to weigh that as well.
Member Shack, just going off of sort of that discussion of how people would interpret the data points. I think in my opinion, we might be pushing the envelope of kind of feasibility into more sort of qualitative judgments about the value of the data. But I would say, that kind of finding of, well, some majors, there's very high retention and there's sort of a process around being admitted into that major, that might actually be a useful kind of information to actually have within the system. So I just want to make that point.
One quick process point. I think someone had asked a question about the data suppression policy being 30 people. I'm not sure we've answered that. I don't know, Kathy, you want to talk about just history of how that was discussed in the planning process?
Right. So one of the things that's important to remember at the outset of this process for designing the system is that in many states, no system can be built because of security concerns. So like in the state of Maine, they passed a law, there can never be a longitudinal data system until they change that law. So when we were coming up with a construct, we wanted to make sure that the information that would be publicly available had strong protections so that we would make sure that no one's identity was inadvertently released. And for those of you that followed the process for the data system planning, one of our last meetings, this was the topic that covered almost the entire day. There was very, very deep concerns about breaches and other things that would reveal someone's identities. So one of the ways that we balanced that during the planning process is we brought in experts from the Health and Human Service Department that had just been through an exhaustive process of figuring out how to protect students' data, particularly under the standards of HIPAA. So one of the things that's important to remember is that this data system from the outset, the feeling was it should have more than educational data, which meant that we were going to be under the constraints of multiple privacy frameworks. HIPAA is more constrained than FERPA, which is the education variable. So we went out, we looked at all sorts of different ways that different systems had addressed this. So we looked both at guidance that had come out at the federal level related to education data, as well as this incredibly detailed, it was like 98-page document from Health and Human Services about how to safeguard their data. We actually have a memo that I can share out with all of you that sort of describes how we went through this decision-making process. But in the end, we actually found a confluence of using 30 people as the denominator as something that was going to allow us to thread the needle between what was recommended, what was necessary for the health and human service data, and some emerging recommendations in the context of there being more vulnerability with machine learning to be able to rematch data, that 30 people was a safer threshold to use. What's important to know is that that's the denominator. So if you're, for example, you're looking at a cohort of students that graduated high school and you're following them into a major in UC, as long as we have 30 people in the denominator, we can still have up to 10 people in the numerator. So if you're doing disaggregation for different racial categories, that way you're not at 30 for the disaggregation, you're at 10. And then there's a complementary suppression policy. So all the groups where there is fewer than 10 people end up in a bucket so that they're not lost from the analysis. They're just grouped together. So all of this is laid out in the suppression policy that got developed as part of the planning process. And I think it would be very helpful for that to get posted so people are just aware of the process.
Member Orlik, so to clarify for, at least 30 in the denominator, and then at least 30 in a numerator, or they get grouped until such sufficient size.
At least 10 in a numerator.
Sorry, 10.
Yeah.
I don't know what I said. Anyways, is the same rule applied to the denominator, that if groups that are less than 30 will get grouped at each, I know it's a lot of processing power, but at each level of the reporting in the dashboard, for instance, that they get grouped until 30 is met in a denominator, and it is, I don't know, appropriately titled.
The way that this will probably be handled is that the user would be instructed to pick the next level up of the grain size. So for example, if you're at the institution level and you can't see it because it's suppressed, you pick, if you're an LEA, a district level, or if you're, you go up to a region level, so that there'll be opportunities to reslice the data to hopefully get to a large enough pool of people to answer your question.
And I know we talked about in email, just the clearest examples to me are like American Indian or Native American groups, Pacific Islander, foster youth, the other demographic groups that are almost certainly going to never meet this threshold at a school, or at least at a K-12 school level.
Member Morris, I have a question of clarification. The 30, is it 30 per cohort, or 30 in a major per cohort, or 30 in a major per institution?
So again, a reminder, this is the suppression policy that'll be applied to information that becomes visible externally. So what you're looking at is going to vary by context. So if, for example, we're looking at the college and career readiness dashboard, it might be looking at a group of people that graduated in a particular year and following their outcomes. So that's what's going to set so if you had filters that said, I want to see, everybody at my high school, you'd have to have 30 in the category for whatever you're seeing. Same for the query builder, but a reminder, there's still a data request process, whereby you can get down to 1 or 2 people. And what's happening is that analysis is happening in a secure environment, so you cannot bring out information for 1 or 2 people, but the researcher would have the access to be able to do regression analyses and things that require that we don't have the suppression policy in place.
Member Catanzari Day, I wanted to get to the A through G course offering question, because I think that is one of the most critical data points in terms of access and equity. So, and I'm thinking about Member Faust's comment about trade-offs in spending a lot of time on, one metric that has feasibility issues to the detriment of possibly others. And I'd like to understand more what the feasibility issues are with this. And I'm going to ask maybe the stupid question of how do the $300,000 titles that make this complicated, how do those not pose a problem for the metric that's already in DataQuest on high school graduates with A through G course completion?
Honor me. What?
I'll let you take that
Okay.
one.
All right. So what happens is that the LEAs report to CDE whether a student has met the requirements. And it doesn't say which ones they met. So it's an all or nothing variable. And the LEAs are using their best judgment for the information about whether their courses count. What we know from the work of the California College Guidance Initiative, CCGI, has done when they go into LEAs to help make sure that their data is good quality, is that because the course management portal does not use unique course IDs, but actually uses the name of the course as the unique identifier, a simple keystroke error can mean that what's in the official source of truth does not align with what's in the LEA's data system. And so you start to create conflicts. And so the value of the scaling of California College's tools is that then every LEA gets support to be able to go in, identify where there's mismatches and make corrections. So you can imagine over time that that data point is going to be much more valid at the local level, because a counselor who knows a student who knows the curriculum can look and make sure that the data is correct in the source of truth. That makes sense.
Member Orlick, so I'll build on that and then add a question about prioritizing then. Yeah, we're involved with CCGI also. It's super important, and I know they're kind of, the more they get into it, it is a bit in its infancy, but a lot of potential to answer some of these questions. I'll just say it here. I'm happy to follow up. We are required to, for each course, regardless of like how the title is spelled or et cetera, use the CBED's course IDs, which are standardized, and they're changing all the time. And I wonder if there's like a potential there to help CCGI and also help the LEAs to have more, I would love for there to be more standardization. Like, let's all use the same titles and numbers, please. But we are required to report for each course from a standard set of course attributes from a table that's, required by CalPADS. So I'm not sure who to nudge there, but and yes, it's a big lift, but we wind up having to do this every couple of years anyways, no matter what, update all of the CBED's course IDs. So why not, let's all do it once and have it really indicative of A through G and CTE and some other things, which is my next question. If we can't right now do the heavy lifting of standardizing all those course names or validating that they're on the UC website, et cetera, CCGI is doing that work or figuring out how difficult it is. Can we prioritize the CTE courses? Because I see that we have AP and IB course offerings, and career courses are being standardized in terms of the pathways. And so we know which courses are contributing to different pathways, and there's certainly potential opportunity and equity issues with the different pathways that are being offered at different schools, and how that may or may not articulate or align with long-term outcomes, which is definitely an interest of mine in this tool as we get into some of those data sets that are coming down the pipe related to career trajectory. So if we can't do all of them, can we nudge CCGI to nudge the CDE, or can we nudge them to use the CBED's course IDs and attributes to help standardize that process moving forward? And in the meantime, can we prioritize CTE courses as ones to identify and map at a more granular level?
So I'm going to do a process question to Marianne about recommendations about the way that CNP is structured, which is basically the first part of this proposal. Is that something that this group could bring forward?
So I think what I'm hearing is a question of, is it within the governing board's authority to make recommendations to how one data provider is? Did I understand your question?
So my understanding is the question is that this group sends a recommendation that the way that the course management portal tags courses be changed so as to improve the quality of A to G data.
Non-binding resolution.
The scope of the governing board, big picture, is to define the requested data points of data providers in the P20W data set. You're asking a question that's very specific to one of Cradle-to-Career's data providers and what's within their authority, which is the course management portal. So I think, like with all things, this is a trade-off for you as a board to consider. If you want to use your meeting here as a public meeting and your recommendations to the board to say, here's an important issue that needs to be addressed, even if it's not within the authority of the governing board, that's something that could be voiced. The governing board would not have a mechanism to take action on that, right? They don't have the authority to ask a specific data provider to do a specific thing. But a lot of what you're doing here as an advisory board is coming together and saying, here are the things that really matter. Here are the gaps that exist. Here's how the state can come together. So I think that's, again, and as some of you have highlighted, they're kind of trade-offs for you to consider and what you want to bring forward and how you bring it forward. And thinking about what specifically within the governing board's authority, or thinking about the governing board meeting as a mechanism for voicing things that you think are important, are trade-offs that you can think through.
Because Vikash, right, a similar question, right? I think on the A through G, you know, as the person who proposes, I'm willing to say, look, that data ain't there, I can call it, but I would love to send a message along with the withdrawal that says this is important, and we're not giving up. Here are some ideas on ways in which it may come back in the future. Is that kosher?
This is Marianne. I don't see concerns with that. I think the clarity, the ideal way to present this from my perspective is to provide clarity on what ideas have gone through the feasibility process, got input from the data providers, and you're bringing it in that way. And the way you just framed it and saying, this was an idea we brought forward, the feasibility study said X, so we're withdrawing this as a specific thing. However, here's why information on A-to-G courses matters, and laying that out strikes me as a nice way to provide context, big picture.
Member Catanzarite. So I'd like to not give up so quickly. So I wonder, you know, if we could learn a little bit more about, like, is this, how impossible or possible would it be to get these data? And I personally would be willing to sacrifice some of these other metrics, back to Member Faust's comment, if it means that more effort could be dedicated to this. So if this is a matter of, like, the data just aren't being collected, and it's impossible, then, you know, I'm fine to back off of that one. But if there's a way that we can get these data or get some form of these data, I'd like to explore that.
So I'm going to check with David on this one. So it would you basically be saying that CDE should be collecting the specifics of A to G course taking so that can be reported to the office? And that's not in the current data set, right?
No,
Okay.
we don't even collect CSU eligibility flags for courses, much less A through G.
So is that what you want to propose, is it asking CDE to start collecting this data point in CalPAD so it can be reported to C2C?
Yes, I would like to propose that, that we make that evidently non-binding, but that request.
This is Marianne. I think what I also heard from you is that it'd be helpful to hear big picture context from us on how hard is this? Is it feasible? Is it not? So I can take a stab at rephrasing what we've put here in the feasibility study, but also welcome others to jump in. I think there are two things to think through here. One is that the state has decided to make a major investment in CCGI's work to work on these data alignment issues LEA by LEA. And that's really important and incredibly valuable. That's separate from our analytical data system. So we don't get any data directly from CCGI. We cannot get any data directly from CCGI. The whole framework of how their structure is set up is for it to be their individual work with LEAs. And there's no path. It's not like, oh, we just need to work on a legal agreement. There's no path that we can see towards getting that data that they're working on directly into the data system. So I think that part, I want to emphasize that piece, that the state is making a major investment in CCGI scale up to all LEAs to be able to address this fundamental misalignment and data issue that LEAs sometimes experience here. So I would say that's where the state's investment is on this piece. The lift of saying that in duplication of the effort that CCGI is doing with the LEAs, to then also have that individual course level flag be a required thing that LEAs submit to CDE, which they don't currently, would be a very large lift. Like on the scale of ideas we have in the feasibility studies, we've talked about things just like, oh, we could just calculate that from additional data and we could decide to put this in a dashboard. having CDE require a new data point be collected from all the LEAs and also combine that with the work of matching it with the course management portal, which also doesn't happen across CDE data and the course management portal, that would be like, we're going from a lift like this to a very, very major lift. So I just wanted to provide that clarity. This is not the sort of ask where it would be a relatively clear or straightforward path to getting the information from LEAs to CDE, and then again, the work of matching that information against the course management portal.
There's another option, which would be to do a time-bounded thing. Say, upon CCGIs having scaled and worked with LEAs to improve the quality of the data so it can be validated, CDE should start capturing A to G level course information, which could then be shared to C2C, because we're solving for several issues. Like, one is the validity of the data. So one of the parts of the mission of this data system is that it is valid and reliable information. So that would address the validity concern. But it would still be a big thing for LEAs to then know that they now have these additional data points that they have to submit to CDE.
Member Shack, I have just a clarification question on what the CDE has. So my understanding is, based on the report, is there's an overall flag for whether the student meets A through G. And then there also are some individual course flags. And that looked a little bit different to me than what was just said about those data just not being there at all. So if you could clarify kind of what are the data that CDE has, what would be those individual course flags? What would those look like?
This is Marianne. Sorry if I can clarify what I just said. The individual course A to G flags would need to be a mandatory, non-optional data.
Yes, and I think my question is, what does optional mean? Does that mean that they're very incomplete? Is there just reason to believe that those data are just completely unreliable? I'm trying to kind of unpack that a little bit more.
I want to speak with precision here. And what I would say is that in communication with David Lang, research manager, is that communication with our data partners, we are not in a position to assess the validity of the data. And we know that it is not consistently reported across LEAs who participate in the data that's provided to us via CalPads.
So I like Kathy's second formulation, that once there is something worth collecting, maybe not that language exactly, but once CCGI has helped scale on the data quality, the CDE mandates an A through G flag, given the importance of tracking the availability of these courses.
Member Orlick, we do report that flag, but CCGI's work is yet to validating.
I will defer to your expertise on how to put that together properly, but yeah, the data should be good before we ask too much of CDE. But once it's good, we want it.
Member Morgan, my concern with that is, then would say precedent that we're going to validate all data sets for validity and readiness before we send it out to produce on the dashboard. And again, it's kind of setting that precedent that we need to validate all these data sets by a specific provider and have data support to make sure that data set is ready to be launched fully. And so if LEAs locally report A through G data to the state, why isn't that good enough by what the LEA reports to the state? Because it is accepted course by the UC system, even if it's not in the UCP portal, it is still an accepted course by the UCSU and UC system as an A to G course. Is that data good enough to report? That's reported to the state. Is that data valid enough to showcase on the dashboard? Is the question I have. And so my recommendation would be use the data currently with the disclaimer that, you know, this data, CCGI is working with districts to validate this data even more so.
Remember, or like maybe to have a disclaimer or something that this data is reported from high schools, not,
UCP, yeah.
to clarify the source of it.
I do want to check in with Marianne about sort of this line about the validity of the data. Just given sort of the vision that was set for the data system.
This is Marianne. One of the things that we look at in doing the feasibility studies is trying to ensure that we're providing enough information about the quality of the data, the validity of the data, so that people can take that into consideration. So just as another example, right, when we were talking about the homelessness data previously, one of the reasons that the healthcare, that the Department of Healthcare Services didn't submit any data related to homelessness is because they did not have what they considered a valid flag for homelessness that would provide useful information to the public. So I think that is an important consideration that I believe you took into account in the planning process. Is you were saying, here are the priority questions we want to answer, here are the available data points that could be used to answer that, and looking at some data quality and validity considerations as a part of that is part of what we do. I also want to acknowledge there are always trade-offs, as you pointed out in your comment, that there may be cases where you say, but some information would still be better than nothing at all. But the big picture point here is that we defer quite a bit to our data providers on their information that they have and determining is a data point valid and of high enough quality to be useful for sharing with the data system.
Sorry, just quick logistical point here. It's 12:26. And what I'm hearing from members is we might not just be doing one motion. Potentially, depending on how this shakes out, there might need to be more than one motion made. I could be wrong. That being said, we also need to open it up for public comment. So I would just like to suggest that we start firming up where we're at in this area, and maybe, so passing it back to you with a gentle nudge.
Thank you so much. Okay, so the first proposal is that you all vote now on everything up to everything that we made green already, and that we just sort of send that forward as one batch. The next thing that I would do is that I would suggest that while you all are taking a lunch break, that we craft some language of what could be 2 additional votes. One related to retention in a major, limited to CSU and UC, and one on A to G that you could then wordsmith and vote on after lunch. That sounds great.
A friendly amendment to the first one, to the student major. Could you also consider whether or not you would be able to use the AICCU's data from the National Student Clearinghouse? I know you're early in that process, but my own experience tells me it's similar to UC and CSU.
Okay, so Mary Kate, how would you want to handle do you want to do the vote now on everything that's in green?
Sure.
Or do we do public comment? before the vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
So what we could do is we could get a motion and a second for everything in green and open it up for public comment. What I'd also, please.
We're gonna need to specify what that means, a motion, because as written in the staff report, it says move to present the proposed data points and metrics selected by DTAB to the governing board. However, as I've heard in the discussion, some of the green is just to highlight it for the governing board. So we're not actually bringing it as a proposed data point to the board. So our motion needs to be specific. It could say, present the proposed data points as selected, but you're gonna have to say what those selected ones are and highlight for the board the importance of existing data points and dashboard metrics or something like that. But I would just make sure that it's clear what we're moving to the board.
So then if we need to do some wordsmithing, probably on all 3, does that need to happen before we open it up for public comment, or could you do public comment?
typically you would want the public to understand the action being proposed by the board.
Then would it make sense to take a lunch break now and have us come up with draft language?
Why don't we do this? We could table this and we can get through one more agenda item, which would be very helpful. And then we can come back from lunch and pick up on agenda item number 5. Does that work for folks? Okay, brilliant. Thank you all. More to come. So if there are folks on the line, please stay tuned. We'll circle back to agenda item number 5. What I'd like to do real quick is take a look at agenda item number 6 and what this, so thank you, I should say, thank you so much, Kathy and Ryan, and we'll come back. So agenda item number 6 is to go over the governance manual changes. So we know that this is a governing board jurisdiction, right? It's a governing board activity. At the November governing board meeting, they formed a committee, which was the governance manual committee, and they met over the winter months. And we'll dig into all of this, but so I just want to provide you all updates on what happened at those committee meetings, and then ultimately, as similar to agenda item number 4, where Marian said last week we met with the governing board, we do have updates based on that governing board meeting. So that's an overall of this item. So next slide, please. We know that the governance manual states that the governance manual should be treated as a living document, and as such, it should be evaluated every year. So that's kind of the impetus for this item. As I just mentioned, at the November governing board meeting, they formed a committee, they approved the charter, and then started that good work over the winter months. I do want to note that there were 5 main areas that the committee focused on. One was providing more specificity around member expectations. So this is an area that it affects you all, and we'll unpack that in a second. We wanted to ensure congruency between governing board expectations and advisory board expectations. Another area was clarity in scope for governing board and advisory board processes. The third one was revisiting the agreement scale and voting procedure. The fourth one was aligning timeframes to be more consistent with meeting cadence and structure, right? This was just kind of a natural thing that came out of the office is a little bit more established, and we need to keep our governance manual tight. And then the fifth one was updating any typographical errors or updating the vernacular to be in line with terms and procedures that the office uses. So 4 and 5 were pretty similar in that sense. Today, I'm going to go over a brief summary of the committee, and then changes that they made, and then, as I mentioned, how this affects you all overall. So our next slide takes a look at the changes that were adopted at the governing board meeting last week. So there were 27 edits that were approved in total, and they were broken up into two sections, excuse me. One was stylistic changes, and the other one was more substantive edits. So you'll notice here, the substantive edits really get broken down into some of those areas that I just voiced over. Member expectations being 2 of those. The advisory board recommendation process, right? This is something, if y'all think back to October, we had quite a bit of deliberation about. We heard a lot from you all. We also heard a lot from community engagement, and we heard a lot from the public. So it was really important to the committee to ensure that they had a firm understanding of what that was in order to enact changes. Y'all made a lot of asks. Not all of them were implemented, but there was a lot that was changed, and we will be highlighting that in a moment here. Great. So I'm going to unpack some of these changes for you here, members. Starting with member expectations. We'll start there, and then we'll end on the proposal process. So the next slide, please. So there's 2 types of changes. Yes, I did this slide. Next slide, please. Okay, So digging into what those specific changes are to your member expectations. And I want to be very, very clear here because this affects your membership. This affects your responsibilities in your role, right? So Form 700 protocols, those have just been updated to include advisory board members to be in alignment with the conflict of interest. Y'all submitted your Form 700s last year. So this is something that you did. Y'all will be submitting Form 700s this year. Quick reminder, those are due. If you have not turned in your Form 700, you have until the end of this month. You'll be getting more emails from me, but if you want to do me the favor and not get reminders from me, please get those Form 700s in. As a reminder, members are expected to get those Form 700s in within 30 days of their first appointment. So our new members experience that. Then on an annual basis, as you're a member, and then when you're departing the board, you're going to be filling out another Form 700. So there's a potential of you filling out 5 of these bad boys within your time with us here on the advisory board. If you have any additional questions, let me know. This is something y'all do again, but we're just, putting it in writing. The next one is members are required to complete an ethics training within 6 months of appointment and then on a semi-annual basis. So I sent y'all a memo. I'm sure everybody has it ingrained in their brain about, member paperwork and training requirements. So this should be no news to folks. We are going to want you to get those ethics trainings done as quickly as possible. For our folks that have been newly onboarding is another training requirement, and I'm happy to share with everybody that everybody was onboarded. So thank you all for your compliance with that. Also, it's important to note that these aren't C2C mandates. This is all trickle down from the California Department of Human Resources. That's where we're getting this from. So thank you for your compliance in this. The next revision touches upon updates to the Bagley-Keene requirements. We know that on January 1, 2024, SB 544 went into effect. And so there's, that changes how the governance manual is written previously. We're just bringing the governance manual in compliance with that. So if you have any additional questions, let me know. I appreciate it. As you've seen, we would love to have the synergy in the room. We really try and have all of our members in one place at the same time, but it does allow for us to have members join us via Zoom, as we see with member Connor today, and they would still count towards quorum. Any questions? Happy to be helpful there. We also have Julia Blair here with us. The next one is talking about per diem and travel expense claims. So in order to provide equity between the governing board and advisory board members, we wanted to make this explicit because previously it had only been stated for governing board members. But as a reminder, we do offer all of our advisory board members travel expense reimbursements as well as per diem. But as a reminder here, we're working with the state. So that requires you all to fill out the paperwork in order to get paid for your per diem. And that requires you all to fill out the travel expense claims in order to get that reimbursement. Of course, the office is always here to help and we'd love to support you in any way. So just let me know if there's any questions, comments, or concerns, but also expect a post-meeting email giving you those directions and forms. Fabulous. Okay, communications protocols. This is the last one here. There were specific protocols for governing board members written in our governance manual. It didn't talk about you all, but you all are very important members and we'd like you to be included. So moving forward, should any of our members be, should a media outlet or source reach out to you wanting, any sort of input from you, we ask that you all work in tandem with the office. So we have Angelique Palomar here with us. We have Shannon Serrato as well. These are 2 faces that will become familiar to you as you would work through this process. So we'd like to uplift you and help you out in any way, but please work with us should you get any of these requests. Okay, brilliant. Our next slide talks about something that has to do with attendance expectations. So I just want to talk over this real quick. because I want to take a moment to address it. So the revised governance manual specifies that advisory board members are expected to attend all meetings and in the event of an emergency, provide advance notice to the office. If a member misses any meetings outside of emergency circumstances, the office has the authority to ask the member to step down and offer the position to the runner-up that was approved during the selection process. So this revision aims to enhance accountability and participation among members, ensuring encouraged, productive, and a responsive advisory board. So members are expected to notify the office with as much notice as possible if they're unable to attend the meeting. In an event of emergency preventing your attendance, please let me know or anyone from the office know. And it's just important for you all to understand this, because before it just said attend all meetings, there's a bit more specificity here. So I'd just like to take a moment to thank members. I appreciate how responsive you have been to my communications, and I am encouraged by a current attendance, right? Look around, we have a full room. So thank you all. I don't anticipate, anything here. I just, from my end, want to be very clear about what the new governance manual changes here. Okay, fantastic. The last part of this, moving on, is that recommendation process. So we have a new fancy graphic. Thank you, Brittany Ortiz, for your ideation and execution here. So hopefully this helps us walk through this pretty complex process. And so what I really want to carve out here is talking through what it will look like. So today on the far left, what we're taking a look at is basically this meeting. And what we do at this meeting is we're going to, and agenda item number 7 is going to build off of the information. So it's really important that y'all kind of understand this process here, because we're going to really heavily lean on it for the next agenda item. So at the spring meeting, we will finalize the feasibility study process, which we'll take a look a little bit more at, but it's also to be used to take a look forward at the new proposal process. So that would take, we'd look at the rubric and the form. The next part of this, and this is where we got really important feedback from you all, is where we're going to integrate the public, but also our other set of advisory boards. So before, the public didn't really have a clear mechanism by which they were going to be integrated into this process. And also, if you were an advisory board member on the other side, you couldn't really give input into your process. So if I were a community engagement member, I could now submit a form. If I were a member of the public, I can now submit a form. That's this next stage, what will happen. That will be open for a little bit, and we'll talk about the specifics in terms of a timeline next, but we'll have an open period. The office will get all of these proposals, and we're going to post them to our website. Then you all as members before our summer meeting will ideally take a look at all those proposal forms received. And something else we heard from you in the fall meeting was y'all wanted space to brainstorm. Y'all wanted space to form an ad hoc committee to prioritize and draft a report. And that y'all wanted a repository. So all of these things have been integrated into the new governance manual, and they're displayed in this image. So I just want to say again, we heard you. Well, the committee heard you. And then the governing board uplifted you. So it was, I think that that's really important to share. So in summer, y'all will take a look at those proposals. And should we have gotten something from the public that you particularly fancy, you can sponsor it. So going forward in the fall, when y'all submit your new proposals, you could take something that's being brought from a community engagement member, somebody from the public, and you can sponsor it yourself. It doesn't have to be your own idea. So we're kind of opening that. And then in the fall, again, we're going to keep that pre-meeting survey. So we'll only advance 3. So y'all have lived this. This should be nothing new to you all. And we'll discuss those in the fall. I want to just talk about that ad hoc committee a little bit more. Over the summer, y'all will decide if you want it. And for that ad hoc committee, we'll look for about 5 folks. You'll meet over the summer. and you'll draft a report. You'll have a public meeting, and these members will be responsible with drafting this report to say what they believe the priorities are and what should be advanced. It would be member functions. The committee would write this report. The office will not. And in terms of, so again, should that committee convene, should that report happen, when y'all go to your pre-meeting survey, in your toolbox, you'd have that rubric, you'd have that ad hoc committee report, and then you'd have your pre-meeting survey. I know I went over that really quickly, and I know there was a lot there. I'd like to take a pause. But that concludes my presentation. So are there any member questions, comments, concerns? I'm happy to open it up for y'all now. Member ready?
If we get a public proposal that we want to sponsor, are we in bounds to amend it, edit it, change it?
Of course. You're adopting it as your own and you can make any changes you see fit. You'd have to fill out the form.
Noted.
Fabulous. Member Harlech.
Yeah, I don't know if this question is appropriate for this agenda item or the next one. But for the type of the three, I think it's three categories that qualify for proposals, proposal ideas. The first one related to data points. Currently listed is a proposal to add a data point. What about a proposal to delete a data point based on concerns around data quality, validity, and reliability in particular?
I think that would be wonderful to hold for 7, if that's okay.
We can hold that for 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Member Chavez. So at item 7, we're going to talk about the process a little bit more. I do have a question about the process.
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to give the overall governance manual review edits, how it affects your lives. So if that feels clear, and I'm seeing thumbs up and nodding heads, I don't want to stand between you and your lunch any more than I already have. So let's take a 45-minute lunch. That looks like 1:31. Let's come back. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. General public comment. So sorry. We'll open it up for general public comment, but we'll wrap up member deliberations on this item. That's feeling okay for folks?
We'll be taking public comment on item 6 after lunch.
6 isn't a vote.
I mean, item 5.
Yeah, sure. So for general public comment, this is just general public comment. If your comments are going to pertain to item number 5, as a reminder to folks, that will be happening post lunch. So let's hold all comments related to item number 5. If anybody, I'm seeing no hands here in the room in Sacramento, so we could open it up to our Zoom room. If anybody would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. I do want to share that at this time, I am not seeing any hands raised. I'll hold for a second. Seeing no hands raised, we'll close our general public comment section 1. And now we'll come back at 1:32. Anybody can feel free to correct my math.
That's right.
In
For the
45
next 6
minutes.
seconds.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you all. Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining us after that lunch break. So as we had left it off, we had said that we would come back to agenda item 5. So if you're following us along via Zoom, as a reminder, we're jumping back to agenda item 5, which is those feasibility studies. What I'd like to do next is hand it off to Marianne Bates to kick us off. Let's do that.
Thank you. This is Marianne Bates speaking. I wanted to just take a little bit of a step back and provide some high-level comments and reflections on the conversation that we had on item 5, and then we'll pass it back over to Ryan and Kathy to support you in crafting a specific motion and wrapping up the discussion there. So just a few big picture thoughts. One overarching comment is that our data providers are the experts on their data And as an office, we're doing our best to respect that, both in how we have this conversation and the process we're using. So a few reflections on that. We invite our data providers to join you for your June, July meeting, for your summer meeting. That's an opportunity for you to ask questions of the data providers, understand their data, because we want to make sure we as an office aren't speaking on behalf of our data providers. There's no way that our small team will be experts on all aspects of all the data that our many partners have. So the June meeting is a really important one. The other piece, and I want to appreciate that from your perspective, this process takes a long time and might feel bureaucratic. Part of the reason that you present recommendations, then we take those recommendations as written, go through a feasibility study process, is we're trying to avoid putting anyone, including our data provider staff or us, on the spot and answering questions in the moment that we didn't originally understand or weren't prepared to answer. So we're kind of trying to strike a balance here and being as specific as we can and sharing what we know while avoiding speaking on behalf of the data providers. So I just wanted to say that out loud, because I imagine if I were in your seat, it might feel like some of this process takes a long time and that it's hard to get answers. Part of this is by construction, that we want to make sure we're providing thoughtful information and have an opportunity for our data providers to give us all of the relevant information that they'd like to share on this. So big picture, data providers, experts on their data, and we're doing our best to evolve a process here that works for everyone. The second thing I wanted to circle back on was the question around data validity that was raised. Again, we rely on our data providers and their work around data validity and quality. And it's an important part of our role as an office in being a neutral source of trusted information, to be very clear about data validity or data quality issues too, because we do want members of the public who come to our data tools to have confidence that they can learn something from that and trust the information. Okay. The last thing I wanted to just clarify is that I think it's important to understand the statutory framework for Cradle-to-Career and the authority the governing board has as it relates to the P20W data set. So I talked about this in more detail at last week's board meeting. Would be happy to point you to those resources. Much of this is also cut and pasted in the governance manual, where it points to the relevant parts of the statute that talks about the fact that the governing board, I'm quoting now from Education Code 10861, the governing board may add or remove requested data points based on changes of the usage, and there's more context. And then it also states data providers shall retain sole control over their source data and may reject, add, or remove data elements contributed to the P20W dataset as reflected in its participation agreement with the managing entity. There's a lot to unpack in that, but I just wanted to highlight that the governing board has a role in requesting the data points, and the data providers retain sole control over their data. So I just wanted to make sure I highlight that repeatedly, because I think it's useful context for the exercise that we're going through. All right. With that, I'm happy to turn it back over to our central table here with Ryan Estriato and Kathy Booth.
Okay, where we last left off is we agreed that we would do our best to reflect the discussion in some proposed motions, and we've done that. There's some nuance here that we want to go through, and so Kathy, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so the process we're going to follow is we're going to discuss all of these. And then if we can get to wording we all agree on, we're going to vote once. So you don't have to do multiple roll call votes. So we broke it into 4 separate ideas. So the first one is that this is for the data points that are not in the system, but could be calculated or could be added to your visualizations. So the language reads, and my screen just went dark. Move to present the following metrics, which could be calculated from information already available in the P20W dataset to the governing board at the May 1st, 2024 governing board meeting, and request that the office create the following metrics. Expansion of post-secondary retention data beyond a single year, AP and IB course offerings, and early college course offerings, which is our dual enrollment item. And that the office had the following disaggregation option to the college career readiness dashboard, which could be calculated from information already available in the P20W dataset, whether students enrolled in post-secondary based on the type of high school exit or by AP, IB. Any thoughts about that? Or do you feel comfortable with that language? Good. Anyone have any concerns? Okay. Motion number 2. This is the point where you're talking about the information already in the data system. So move to emphasize for the governing board the importance of the following data points that are already included in the P20W data set and planned data tools, and then the list thereafter. How's this look to you? Good. Okay, going down to item 3. Now, before we go over this wording, I just feel like I need to, as the process facilitator, remind you of some things. First of all, the office spoke to the Community College Chancellor's Office, the CSU Chancellor's Office, UCOP, and AICCU, which represents the independent colleges, about the construction of retention in a major. All 4 of them felt strongly that their data would not generate useful information to answer the question as posed, which is, do we have a sense of whether people are continuing in majors that would relate to in-demand jobs? Secondly, we went and checked the file specs over lunch and discovered that the only data point currently in the P20W data set related to major is the initial major from the point of application. So if you wanted to have retention in a major, even if it was just limited to CSU and UC, and I'll get to AICCU in a second, they would have to start providing information on students' majors for every year of enrollment. So that would be a new data point that they would need to add to what they provide to the office. And that the complication for the independent colleges is that information is going to come through a data match with the National Student Clearinghouse, and we're not totally sure that the clearinghouse can provide that level of granularity on majors. So I just want you to sit with that for a second. And then look at the language. Move to recommend that retention by student major be requested by the governing board to be added as data points for the California State University and the University of California by providing information on students' majors in each year of enrollment. And then we could separately investigate what's available from NSC. Yes.
Is there, so you're saying that it doesn't currently come as graduated? So there's no, it doesn't, we don't have information about how students are graduating, what majors are graduating?
We, David Lang, research manager, we have award data. We don't have data on what major a student is by enrollment year. That is actively updated and
Right,
reflected.
but you would have, we do have where they start and where they end.
Yes.
Yes.
Perhaps part of the construct was that the way this was first proposed is the idea that we're looking at retention in year 2, retention in year 3, retention in year 4. So if you add within a major as a disaggregation, in essence, on that, then that's why, as we looked at the data points, we couldn't really calculate it. So if what you're saying is you want a new data point that compares the major that they originally declared versus the degree in which they received their award, that is actually totally different than what we talked about data providers with. So it didn't go through the validity, sorry, the ballot. Getting the term wrong. Feasibility study. Thank you very much. So with that in mind, would you want to pursue this motion?
I just have a question. So I think that I appreciate all the effort that went into having conversation with the 3 different segments. And it's interesting, when I look at what constituted the feasibility, all the things that made sense to me, cost, the data validity, things like that. But what I see from the CSU and other, I guess, UCs and HU is also commentary about concern about how the results would be interpreted. And I'm not sure if I appreciate hearing their perspective, but that feels outside the scope of feasibility, because I think an argument can be made that a lot of the dashboards you guys are going to be creating kind of going to be a concern of how people will interpret it if context isn't put in place. And so my question to you is, if we agree to this and this goes forward, would you give the governing board all this background information here to help them make their decision, including this commentary, say, from like CSU about the highly competitive majors?
This is Marianne Bates. I can speak to that. The process in the governance manual is that the recommendations are presented to the governing board with the context of the feasibility studies.
So they would receive this.
It's a public document already, but yes.
Thank you.
So do you want to go ahead with the motion as written on the screen right now?
Yes. So I guess my perspective, I know that we're not like deciding anything, we're not making this happen, but I'm not sure that I necessarily support making this recommendation right now, because we have start and end data that tells you about kind of retention across the whole time period. And I haven't seen research, although perhaps there is, about how much more information you get about retention by year. I feel like I want to know, is this super valuable or not? So I think maybe I would recommend, instead of everyone should collect that data every year, like a research study in one place even, like how does it change over time? And if you all know something I don't, please.
Yeah, this is member Fong. So I think that this would be valuable every single year, particularly in like high impact majors like engineering, where we know in like the world right now is predominantly like men who are white and Asian identified. And so if we're looking at like equity gaps, particularly for, you know, high wage jobs and like the pathway for folks, it would be really helpful to see where is that drop off year to year. I'll just use engineering as a major, or you can even just do sophomore, like freshman to sophomore year. You see, not only are they not retained in major, but they might not even be retained in college altogether. So I think that is, to me, I think is very helpful. I don't know if that was.
This is member Connor. I just have a comment about this. I believe like over 30 to 40% of freshmen change their majors. And the way that CCC Apply is set up, a lot of students don't scroll down to see all the various majors. So you end up on the front end with students choosing majors in the first 2 or 3 pages of options. So I don't know how valuable this is to retention by major. So I don't know if this is a necessary point for us to make at this time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna echo member Fong's point, particularly in the majors that have an issue retaining people of color, women of color. Oftentimes a lot from these sort of what they call weed out courses at the beginning. And so if there's some course correction that we can do from the first to second year, and to even see where they go after, because some can't matriculate into a certain major that has a transfer GPA. I know I saw that many times when I was advising students. And so I just think it gives a better context, because we're assuming that students will even get to the completion altogether. And so I'm more so concerned with the some college no degree sort of population, and that this may provide some insights to that.
Member Livingston, I will also say that the timing of when students leave is actually somewhat important. That we've got a lot of students who they traditionally drop off in the first year because they don't feel like the campus is right for them, et cetera. But there are students who go all the way close, get, really close to graduation and are a quarter from graduation, and they drop out then. And so those populations can be very different. And just looking at the front point and then the end point doesn't tell you where people dropped out. Plus, if you ask for enrollment by year, you will get a 2-for-1 where you're going to see these students when they change their major too, if they change their major before dropping out.
Member Shack, I have 2 actually clarifying questions. So being able to look at the initial declared major and then ultimately the degree that was received, is just that information currently in Cradle-to-Career? Okay, yes. So the question is whether we want more years beyond that. Okay. And then the second question is, this whole conversation, is it only applying to undergraduates? Or do we have or possibly could have information at the graduate level?
I'm David Lang, research manager here. I believe, I would need to do some more work. I don't think we have much where we would see major switching in a graduate context to begin with. But I had not considered that question. I will do some more due diligence.
Okay, so we have a decision point here. I'm going to suggest that we pause on this and go to motion 4 and see if there's a lot of consensus there. And then I may actually split the 3 that have consensus from the 1 that doesn't, if that's the case. All right, so let's look at motion 4, which is the new data points in A to G. So move to recommend that A to G course offering, availability, and completion data points be requested by the governing board to be added to the P20W data set by the California Department of Education once the California College Guidance Initiative has provided support to all local education agencies to validate A to G flags. How do you feel about that language?
Member Orlick, I don't believe there's a mandate for all agencies to work with CCGI. It's optional right now, so I'm not sure. I agree with the wording.
If we took out the word all, do we?
Well, maybe once CCGI has established a process to validate A through G flags.
They already have a process. The issue is their reach. They're at 90% of LEAs are currently in the pipeline for being member institutions.
Like sufficient support? Provided sufficient support to local education agencies?
Member Faust, it occurs to me that what what would be ideal to put in this would be that we would have a representative or a large enough group that would have had that validation done. So maybe moving in that direction would be more helpful.
How would you word that?
Great question.
I heard the word sufficient.
Is there some established language about, you said 90%, like I would love to actually hook onto some already established language about when they're considering that process. Yeah. Or sufficient. Because I worry that a word like sufficient is just very open.
A simple majority of districts have had their A through G data validated by CCGI.
That we like.
I like that actually, because then they get in the process of collecting that indicator even as they're still validating and verifying data conceptually. Yeah.
Member Faust, question about that. Would this data need to go through another feasibility or validation process at that time? Because I wonder, if we're at 50%, does that, I don't know, would that make it difficult to actually incorporate the data and treat it as representative or truth of what's actually happening? At what level, is the data good, right? And so that would be a question, a process question. Would it go then through another kind of feasibility process in order to understand the validity of the data?
So if I understand correctly from the way it's structured right now, it's an optional data point. So LEAs may be reporting it that have not gone through CCGI's validation process, where things get empirically mapped against what's in the course management portal to determine if they're the same. So there's multiple things here. One is would you have to only include data from institutions that have been certified as having gone through CCGI's validation process? So that's one issue, because you'd have a mixed set. And the second is, would you mandate that LEAs report the flag rather than have it be voluntary? Because that's the second way that you erode sort of the comprehensiveness of the data point. And one of the, just, not that it makes a decision now, but when we were identifying what would go into the original P20W data set, a real issue was parity. So if you were going to be in a scenario where the data point was not really going to be mostly available, we've generally opted not to include it because the concern was the frustration. If you're from an LEA and it's your kid goes to a school and the LEA doesn't report it, you'd be like, well, where's my data? And that can be hard to explain.
Member Owen, would it be possible to make a recommendation to come back to this advisory board when we set a percentage of LEAs who have validated the A to G through CCGI versus going to the board as a recommendation? Can we say we want it to come back to us to review again once we know CCGI has validated the A to G for a certain percentage of LEAs? Could that be a possible?
Looking at Mary Ann for this one.
This is Mary Ann Bates. You can decide what you want to say to the board now, and you as a body with a new composition a few years from now, with new members coming on board, can decide what you want to recommend to the board in any given year. So, you know, I heard, I believe it was Member Reddy earlier framing this as, we want to communicate that this is very important. This is a much more specific motion that anchors it on certain points in time, or, you know, reaching a certain level. So there's nothing that would prevent you from coming back to this in the future if you wanted to, as a board, raise the issue again. So I think today's choice point is, what do you as a board want to share with the governing board in May of this year?
Just, that was actually very helpful in terms of this debate over simple majority and sufficient and whatnot. I want the board to know that when this is ready to go, we want to put it in the system, right? And like 60%, 70%, I'll fight that battle later. I think for the purposes of this motion, something fairly general, and even if it's a little vague, will tell the board how I'm feeling or how this body feels.
I agree with that, but I think an addendum is something that I've heard in this room, and you all can correct me if this is wrong, but that we want to push a little bit on when it's ready means, so that it's like we're trying it out, we're getting things out there, but we're not waiting until it's 100% fully cooked.
Feel like we can do that while staying vague, right? I don't know. I feel like we're just we could spend a half hour on majority versus sufficient versus all versus, and have the same impact on the next board up. Is sort of where I'm netting out.
So maybe it's like as soon as feasible,
Love
or
it.
as like just something to signal that there's pressure that we're trying.
With all deliberate haste.
So that it be added by CDE as soon as feasible, once the California CCGI has provided support to local agencies.
Member Faust, does feasible in this sentence refer to the data being feasible and its ability to be integrated into the data system, or does it relate to passing a feasibility test assessment?
I'm thinking more generally.
Then I'll defer to the group, but I might actually not use the word feasible then. I like it, but I'm thinking maybe as soon as the data are data quality is high enough or representative, the catchment, something about.
Member Shack, Maybe we could put something like, once the quality is commensurate with existing data points in the Cradle-to-Career system, something like that.
Sufficiently vague.
Yeah. But with some, it has some threshold.
Measure it.
Commensurate or comparable.
Member Morgan, is that defined by staff
Yes, more or less.
or CDE because they own that data? I mean, I guess the question is, who's gonna define that?
Ultimately, given the way the statutes are written, CDE is gonna decide whether or not
So,
they,
so maybe
so I think this
based
is.
upon CDE's quality control.
So once it meets CDE's data quality standards.
Member Orlick, is it too much to then add? This may necessitate the A through G field from CDE becoming a required field. Ultimately, that would be how we get it counted to the CGI.
So it currently reads, move to recommend that A to G course offering availability and completion data points be requested by the governing board to be added to the P20W data set by the California Department of Education as soon as feasible, once it meets CDE's data quality standards and the field is required for compound reporting.
I think what I heard was just take out as soon as feasible. So it would be California Department of Education once it meets CDE's data qualities.
Member Gattenzini, I think that it needs to be replaced. Once it, like, that should be an actual noun, once the data.
I love this group just for that. As
Okay, are you comfortable with this wording now? Yes. Okay, going back to motion 3. Are there folks here who feel like they couldn't vote for the motion if number 3 is included?
Potentially.
Would you like me to split this one out so that we vote separately on it? Seeing a few nodding heads. Okay. All right, Kate, is it okay if we do 2 votes? 2 votes. Okay, so I'm gonna, just so we don't have any confusion, I'm gonna call these. Motion 1 is going to include all of these components. I call it 1, 1A, and 1B. Sorry. 1A, 1B, and 1C, so that we all know it's part of the same thing. So, Mary Kate, do you want to run the process for that?
Yes.
Okay, so we have in front of us motion 1A, 1B, and 1C. Can I have a member move this motion 1A, 1B, and 1C?
This is Member Connor. I move motion 1A, 1B, and 1C.
Thank you. I have a motion from member Connor. Can I have a second?
Member Anthony, I second.
Okay, member Anthony Jr. with a second. What we'll do now is we'll open it up for public comment. So I'm not seeing any folks in the room here in Sacramento that want to comment on this agenda item. So we'll turn to Zoom. I'd like to remind folks on the line that your comment would have to pertain to this agenda item. If you'd like to raise your hand to indicate that you're interested in making a comment, please do so at this time. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I'll give you another moment. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment and we'll now go for a vote. As a reminder, this is just a vote on motion 1A, 1B, and 1C. Okay? So Member Anthony Jr.,
Yes.
Member Borgen,
Yes.
Member Catanzarite,
Yes.
Member Chavez,
Yes.
Member Connor,
Yes.
Member Faust,
Yes.
Member Harlech,
Yes.
Member Huang, Member Huff,
Yes.
Member Livingston,
Yes.
Member Norris,
Yes.
Member Orlick,
Yes.
Member Owen,
Yes.
Member Fong,
Yes.
Member Reddy,
Yes.
Member Shack.
Yes.
The motion passes with 15 ayes. What we can do now is go back to the other motion. So if it would be helpful to share that motion language, I'd ask that we do that at this time. Let this sink in for members. And if there's somebody that would like to, how are we, is this motion 2? Is that what we're calling this?
Yeah.
Brilliant. So if there is a member that would like to make a motion for motion 2, I take that motion at this time.
This is Member Fong and I move to motion 2. Yeah, move to motion 2.
To approve motion 2. Member Fong, we have a motion. Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
That was a second from Member Livingston. We have a motion and a second to approve motion 2. I will now open it up for public comment. Seeing no public comment in Sacramento, we'll take a look at Zoom. So if there's anybody that would like to comment on this agenda item, this motion specifically, comments related to it, please feel free to raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised at this time. I'll give you another moment. I'm closing public comment as I have no hands raised. We'll now open it up for a member vote. On motion 2. Member Anthony Jr.,
Yay.
Member Borgen,
Yes.
Member Catanzarite,
Yes.
Member Chavez,
Yes.
Member Connor,
Yes.
Member Faust,
No.
Member Harlech,
I'm not sure. Can I abstain? Abstain.
Member Huang, Member Huff,
No.
Member Livingston,
Yes.
Member Norris,
Yes.
Member Orlick,
Yes.
Member Owen,
Yes.
Member Fong,
Yes.
Member Reddy,
Yes.
Member Shack,
No.
we have 3 nays. And 1 abstention. Which would be a total of 4 votes. Wanted to be sure my math was good. We have 11 ayes and we needed 9 ayes for the motion to pass. With 11 ayes, the motion passes. Thank you, everyone. All right, that concludes our feasibility study process. We did it.
Marianne, this is member ready. I just want to thank the staff and the office. Those of us submitting had no idea what we were doing. I really am grateful to David and Ryan and the folks who walked us through this and were partners. It was a pleasure to be part of, honestly. I agree.
It's brilliant. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. So what I'd like to pivot to now, we're going to go a little bit out of order here. The next presentation that I would like us to have is actually agenda item number 9. So we'll be hearing from Dan Lamoury, who is our Director of Data Infrastructure. And he will be providing this presentation for us. I just want to say that this was kind of another item that came from, hearing the public and hearing advisory boards talk about data. As an office, we just wanted to kind of share the complexities of data ingestion. And I'm going to take a page from Member Reddy's book and just share, Dan Lamoury has been extremely thoughtful through this process. He might not say that himself, but I will say that for him. So without further ado, Dan, we'd love to hear from you, please.
Thank you, Mary Kate. Is the volume good?
Yeah. Fabulous.
Perfect. All right. Good morning, members, or in this case, good afternoon, I suppose. My name is Dan Lamoury, and I serve as the Director of Data Infrastructure. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'd like to give a few updates on the status of our release 1.1 milestone. This release extends the functionality of the data system with the following features: data validation and Tamarind infrastructure. Again, another highly ambitious milestone in terms of schedule, and we are on track for releasing in March. Next slide, please. So digging into validation, the first feature I'd really like to discuss, the data submitted by the data providers goes through rigorous validation to ensure the data are of high quality. This is vitally important when matching data between the data providers to produce the resulting P20W dataset. The process for validation can be categorized into 3 buckets: structure validation, data validation, and data profiling. Data providers are required to upload their data using the RFC 4180 CSV, or comma separated value specification. This is an industry standard method for data transfer and includes requirements such as a delimiter, of course in our case it would be a comma, a qualifier, again in our case it would be a double quote, and a terminator, in our case a carriage return plus line feed. The structure of data, given the above specifications, is then validated when uploaded to the data system. So additionally, the first line of the data file must include a header, which contains labels that describe each variable in the data. The data is used to check, or excuse me, the header is used to check that the fields submitted in the file match the columns in the database, both in terms of naming and ordinality. These validations are necessary to ensure that the data file can be loaded properly into the data warehouse. Once the validation of the file structure is passed, the data values are then validated themselves and include the following validation checks: data type, referential integrity, regular expressions, and uniqueness. The first check executed is to verify that the data can be converted from the character format coming from the CSV file to the appropriate data type in the data warehouse table, as defined in the file specification document. For example, integer values for financial aid can be converted from the UTF-8 character encoding of the CSV file to the integer data type as it exists in the data warehouse table. Additionally, the data must be submitted within a specified length. For example, the first name of a student may be up to 50 characters, and a value exceeding this limit would be invalid. Lastly, data elements may or may not be nullable, or rather, the data column may require a value to be present for that element in a record. And if a value is required and then the record does not have that value, the record is invalid. Referential integrity refers to the data adhering to a reference in a corresponding table. For example, CDS code or the county district school code or field in the California Department of Education file specification is used to identify the school, and values submitted must reference a valid school code maintained in a reference table. Regular expressions are used to identify a pattern to match against. Some fields submitted may not have a reference value to enforce integrity. Instead, they have a range of allowed values for the field in question. For example, the first name of a student may be up to 50 alphabetic characters, but not to include any other character types, for example, numeric. And lastly, uniqueness refers to the fields of a record that constitute a distinct record. This collection of one or more columns defines the primary key on the table. By enforcing this constraint on the table, no duplicate records can be stored in the table. Essentially, this is how we identify a record within a table and join it to other tables sharing a similar constraint. For example, an enrollment table may store many student records, and of those records, it would be unique by student, by academic year, and by school. Moving on to data profiling, it's critical to understand the accuracy and the consistency of the data beyond what is considered valid. That is to say, the records may have passed all of the validation checks, but the data profiling reveals information suggesting there was an underlying problem in the data transfer. For example, if the gender variable for a statewide student demographics table contained only female values, the data profiling work would reveal that and highlight a problem in the underlying data transmission that the office would troubleshoot with the data provider. Similarly, if the data profiling reveals a sudden unexplained shift in data trends over time, that could identify a problem in the data transmission. For example, if the enrollment rate of a school was to drop 90% from the prior year, then more investigation would be needed to identify the root cause. On synthetic data, there's no development that is done using production data, and no production data can traverse the production environment boundary. This means the development of the data system requires synthetic data to be generated for testing all of our validations before promoting the code to the next environment. Synthetic data is data that's artificially created to take the place of real-world data. This also, going back to the environments, we have 4 environments: dev, test, UAT, or pre-production, and production. So the code is promoted through those environments. As part of this development, the team must execute both positive and negative test cases using synthetic data. Positive testing is defined by providing a valid input and returning an expected result. Essentially, data submitted must pass the validation checks described above. However, negative testing requires generating intentionally invalid data to ensure an error is returned. Next slide, please. Okay, on Tamer infrastructure. So creating a comprehensive longitudinal data set from disparate source systems that have undergone their own changes, updates, and revisions presents many challenges. One of the challenges is that no singular identifier can be leveraged to identify individuals as they traverse through the system. For example, CDE does not receive critical data elements from local educational agencies that are necessary for the Employment Development Department to match and return the work history of an individual. However, some of these elements do exist in other data sets submitted to the C2C data system. Therefore, the data must be linked and unified to create a truly comprehensive longitudinal data set. That is to say, individuals must be matched and linked both within and between the data submitted by the data providers. To do this, records must be consolidated to resolve conflicts in the data and to create a singular source of truth. This process is commonly referred to as data mastering or golden record creation. and the data validation and profiling steps detailed above are necessary to ensure the C2C data system contains high quality data that feeds into the master data management solution, again, Tamer in our case, tasked with matching and linking the data. A quick note about Tamer itself. Tamer leverages cloud infrastructure that efficiently and effectively scales to the volume of data, both in terms of number of records and size of records. This cloud deployment of Tamer infrastructure is scaffolded following the pattern of promotion and deployment described in a previous governing board update that I had relayed. But it follows the same code promotion from the environments. So dev, test, UAT, or pre-production and production. That will conclude my presentation. Thank you, members, for your time and attention today. And I would like to pass it back to Mary Kate.
Thank you, Dan. Do members have any questions or comments at this time?
Member Morgan, what's the accuracy you're finding with Tamer? You have statistics around that yet?
We don't. We don't have any statistics about pulling that into. Just as a quick note, we don't extend the boundary of data or the use of data without the Security Policies Task Force. It's comprised of information security officers around the state, but from our data providers to feel comfortable with the operations and maintenance of the system. So the data has not been pulled into Tamer as of yet. That's not to say that there are concerns. It's just timelines and schedule.
Is there a timeline for that?
March.
Member Faust, how are individual level, data with direct identifiers used for matching? How are those housed in relation to analytic data? Are they kept separately? Are they together? How is that handled?
So the data that would feed Tamer would exist in Snowflake, and then there would be a link between Snowflake into Tamer. The Tamer then gets, the data then get mastered in Tamer, and then the internal UUID that Tamer generates from the clustered pair would come back out to the ODS tables, is what we're referring to it in Snowflake. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
I'm not seeing any other member hands raised. Thank you so much, Dan. We appreciate your presentation and your time with us here today.
Thank you.
One small item. When Brian had presented agenda item number 5 at the very top of it, there was an invitation there. Should any member of this advisory board like to present or help present this information at the May 1 governing board meeting? Maybe folks need more time to consider this invitation, which is fine to do. Folks can email me, or if this feels like the perfect moment that somebody would like to volunteer in, I'd also be happy to hear that.
Proposal in there, so I'm happy to be part of a team, maybe.
Thank you, Member Reddy. Okay, we look forward to hearing more from you. Fabulous, thank you so much. I feel like that officially concludes agenda item number 5. So what we could do is we could hop into agenda item 7, trying to go back to our original order of items. So I'm happy to kick us off here. So before the break, if folks remembered, we had a very, very, very quick overview of changes to the governance manual. And the important part of that, that's going to be a foundational building block for this agenda item, is that proposal process and how that changed. So one material that members will have with them that's also on our website is this little printout. So I just want to say at the top of this agenda item, we as an office, what we tried to tee up for you this year is kind of delineation of your responsibilities, but also what this overall timeline is and feels like. So you'll notice that it shows what the member responsibility is, the associated deadline, and then there's even a little tick box. So if you're like me and you want to check things off, you can follow this along at home. So hopefully this is a good companion piece for folks. That's why it's here, and it's going to be integrated into this presentation. So if you're following us along at home, this material that I just referred to is available for you on the website. The front-facing one is a little bit different, though y'all don't have that tick box. But if you are interested in having that, I can see if Shannon Serrato would be so kind to upload that to our website. So I'll start us off here. As I mentioned, we're going to be taking a look, an overview of this process, highlighting the key dates and timeline. Ryan Estrellado is going to come behind me in this presentation, concluding with background information, updates to the 2024 proposal form, since again, we got so much feedback from y'all in October and we integrated some of that, and then highlighting some related resources for advisory board members and the public. So that's kind of the overview of today's agenda item. So if we could go to, yep, this slide, brilliant. This is now a familiar image. We've seen it, we've unpacked it. So I just wanted to contextualize it again. This is in the governance manual, so if y'all want to refer to it in the future, you can. I believe around page 34, 35, mid-30s, somewhere in there, you'll find it. And I kind of want to highlight a color-coded system that you'll see on the subsequent slides. Again, what we're really trying to do is carve out what this process means and associate it with dates. So you're gonna, in the next slides, you're gonna see a calendar, and you could either see the color green or purple or blue. Blue means data and tools. Y'all are having a meeting. That's important for you. The color green means a milestone, as you'll see in this printout. Orange relates to a member deadline. So this is something y'all will want to hone in on. And purple is talking about that ad hoc committee. That one's a little bit harder to talk about because it's just in theory at this point. Y'all will determine in July if you want to convene it. So if we take a look at the next slide, it goes over the March activities, starting with today. Y'all are here, you're doing the work, great start. We can tick a box. What we're going to talk about in this agenda item is the 2024 proposal form. Ryan's going to lead that discussion, as well as the rubric. So, yay. On the 19th, what that next milestone will be is when we're going to open it up to the public. So today, y'all are going to look at the form. And if maybe you want to make some edits to that form, what the office will do after this is potentially integrate some of those edits before the form goes live. On the 19th, that form will go live. So members of the public can start submitting those forms, or it could be community engagement advisory board members as well. Okay. Seeming like March is a good month and well understood, we'll take a look at June, which is the next part of the process. We see the color green, which means we've hit another milestone. What will happen is that all the proposal forms from the public will be submitted by Friday, June 21st. And on the 24th, which is where you see the color here, everything will go live. Now, I'm going to correct myself in what I just said. The hope is that everything goes live, but the office does retain the authority should we get any submissions that should not go publicly available if it seems like they're spam or there's something inappropriate. We do retain that authority to not post certain things. Ideally, everything will go live. Ideally, this won't be a problem. But that's when things will kick off. And then you all as members could start taking a look at those proposal forms in case maybe you want to sponsor some of those ideas that you're seeing put forth by the public. Then we look toward July. In July, we know on the 10th, we have that joint meeting. So we'll have a lot of members because we have the 16 of you plus 16 other community engagement folks. And we'll have the joint meeting. At this meeting, what happens is there's an invitation to data providers to come and tell you all about what's in the data system. You can come prepared with any questions you have for them. You had also made the ask, and what's now in the governance manual is a space to brainstorm about the proposals received, so y'all can have that space there. Also at this meeting, y'all will be making that decision. Do you want to convene an ad hoc committee? Do at least 5 of you want to form this committee to write that report? So lots of decisions will happen on the 10th. And y'all will come prepared to this meeting and it will be great. Then we look at the 24th, which is going to be another time when we have a member deadline. And that's when you all need to submit your proposals. So at this point, remember, you've gotten feedback from the public, but you may have your own ideas. So when submitting a proposal, you can refine something that's given by the public. If you want to do that, you could create your own idea, or you could maybe take one of the ideas that were submitted last year and refine it a little bit more. There's lots of tools in your toolbox. Y'all will decide what you want to do with them. So on the 24th, your proposals are due. And then we're going to take a look at August. So ideally, on August 2nd, should we, and now we're seeing purple, so that's an indicator for this potential ad hoc committee. So potentially, this ad hoc committee will convene on the 2nd. I'm front loading a date for folks. Should this date look good for anybody that potentially wants to be on this potential committee? This would be your public meeting. And then y'all would be given, whomever the folks of this committee would be, 2 weeks to draft that report. What the report would include is now members have turned in all of their proposal forms. So this committee would take a look at what those proposals are, write a report saying these are the priorities amongst the submissions, data and tools advisory board member submissions. And as a reminder, the committee writes this report, not the office. That report from the ad hoc committee would be due on the 19th, and we'd share it with members. Then we get to another milestone, which is on the 26th of that month. And that's when this pre-meeting survey would kick us off. So when y'all would get your pre-meeting survey, you potentially have 3 tools in your toolbox: the rubric, which y'all are going to talk about today, the ad hoc committee report with the prioritization, and then you'd be filling out that pre-meeting survey. The pre-meeting survey would pick 3 proposals saying these are our top 3. The office then receives these responses, tabulates them, and then fast forward to the next slide, which shows us then on September 9th, when y'all would have to have that pre-meeting survey back into us. This is when the office tabulates. We see what are the top 3. Those are important for the 17th because that's ideally when we're posting our data and tools agenda. And as a reminder here, if your proposal is a part of that top 3, you're on the deck, you're on the docket to be presenting your proposal. Another thing that would happen before the next meeting, which I believe we start to see on the next slide, is we would have it's in September, but we would have a pre-meeting briefing with that individual or individuals, should there be 3 proposals, just to kind of get our ducks in a row and make sure everybody's ready. And then we go live on October 1, which is when y'all reconvene for your fall meeting. You'll hear these 1, 2, or 3 proposals. And then on that day, y'all will decide which should be advanced for the feasibility study. I'm going to pause here before I hand it off to Ryan. Okay, we can hold questions until the end because I'm not really seeing any come up or, oh, sure, please.
Yeah, I do have a question about public proposals.
Sure.
Can they only be forwarded on if a member of the committee sponsors one? Otherwise, they won't be voted. Okay.
That's correct.
So it's up to us to carry one of those ideas forward.
I love that. It is. We're ready.
Quick question. So in the previous cycle, we sort of discussed on there were like 6 or 7 submitted to the committee, and then we advanced out of the October meeting, advanced 3. It sounds like we'll be making the cut prior to the October meeting, or?
So let's talk that through. So y'all will be getting, it's the same process. Y'all will have to turn in whatever proposal forms you want to turn in.
Mm-hmm.
There will be that deadline. And let's say everybody turns in 2. So now we have a total of 32 proposals. Y'all will still need to rank those 32. And only of those 32, 3 will go to the October meeting. It's still 3 go to the fall meeting. Was that your question?
Maybe I'm misremembering. It felt like in the fall meeting, multiple went into that meeting and then we used the meeting to pare it down. Am I remembering wrong?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
No, okay.
You prioritized it via the pre-meeting
We
survey.
did, okay. I remember doing the survey. I just thought we had discussed all 6 in the room. That's-
But your feedback and wanting to have more discussion is why there's now the option of the
Yeah.
committee meeting
Yeah.
to precede it.
Thank you.
And also to piggybacking on that thought, why at the summer ad hoc, not ad hoc, joint, y'all will have time and space to kind of brainstorm, because that was another ask. Perfect. Okay, we'll let this simmer a little bit. If you have any questions or comments, there's still time. But with clarity, I'm happy to pass it off to Ryan to the next part of this presentation.
Thanks, Mary Kate. Okay, so Mary Kate talked about the timeline. Now we'll talk more about the process itself and highlight some changes you can expect to see in both the rubric and the process in general. So on this slide is a reminder about how the statute describes the role of the advisory board. It says Data Tools Advisory Board is established to provide input and feedback to the governing board about whether the data system is providing actionable information and identifying ways to improve access to that information. This is from the statute. It's one of a couple of documents that guide the work of the advisory board. The second one is on the next slide, which is from our governance manual. And that one says the Data Tools Advisory Board can address a significant gap in providing access to actionable information by recommending one of 3 following bullet points. Number 1, changes to the data request process. Number 2, changes to tools such as dashboards or operational tools for students. And then finally, the 3rd bullet, adding data points not available through the P20W data set or adjusting existing P20W data points. And these 3 bullets are important for our conversation today about the process, because our efforts at trying to refine the process were a lot about mapping the process, or more closely mapping the process to these 3 data points. 3 bullets, sorry. Okay, so next slide. Timelines. Earlier, I showed you this slide, but for the 23-24 process. And so now showing you this for 24-25, noting, of course, now we are starting or about to start in the summer and then proceed through the boxes fall, and spring. So we have ended or about to end the first cycle and then about to start the next. Okay, next slide, please. So earlier I showed the references to the Data Tools Advisory Board scope in the governance manual. Each of the advisory boards has a specific scope outlined in the governance manual. And this year we evolved the process forum to better align with that scope. So I'm going to highlight changes that you can expect to see on the proposal form. Those changes are as follows. The first one, if you look at you'll see I'm reading off of the staff report, but the first bullet here is that we anchor the form around a research question of interest. So if you look at the staff report or the proposal form, you'll see that this applies to questions 1 to 3. And the idea here is to make sure that there is an alignment between the form and what we are asking for you to convey in your proposal to a specific research question. That's improvement number 1. Second bullet, additional questions to place the recommended change within the context of existing P20W data. So in the proposal itself, you'll find that this applies to questions 4 and 5. These questions support a check on whether the proposed data elements already exist. And that'll help us answer some of the questions that we had come up as we did this year's feasibility study without this check. Okay, So that's 1 and 2. Let's go to number 3, request more information on proposed data elements already collected. So for data elements that already exist outside of the P20W data system, question 9 asks for the for the name of the state level entity that collects and houses the data. Variables, variable names using the originating system, as well as the time frame available. For data elements not currently collected, question 10 then asks the author to propose the institution that would be most suited for the new data collection efforts. Okay, last bullet, connect the proposed data element to existing C2C analytic tools. Okay, so for that one, you'll see this applied to question number 12 on the proposal. Currently, C2C plans to offer 3 analytic tools, the dashboards, the query builder, and the research request tool. And by identifying the intended use cases for the proposed data elements in question 12, the office will then be able to better assess the feasibility of its implementation for its intended purpose. Okay, so I know there's a lot of information. You can go back to the staff reports to reference that. Each one of these bullet points align with the numbered list in the staff report. So you should see 4 on the staff report, and they align in order with what's on the slide. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so these are the changes that you can expect to see on the rubric. There are 2 of them. So if you look at your digital materials and find the rubric, you'll find 2 additional sections here. The first is that we added a statement about added value to the impact and benefit section. And then the second is that we added a new criteria for likelihood of success. So generally speaking, what we're trying to do here is learn from the lessons, some of the ambiguity that came up as we did the feasibility studies this year, and then try to evolve the current system to give us a mechanism to provide more clarity ahead of time. And that will help free us up to focus on the feasibility study as intended, hopefully, and maybe less time trying to clarify what the meaning is that we expect with anything like this. Of course, conversation and clarification is going to be a part of it. Okay, next slide, please. Last slide here is a list of resources that you can use as you brainstorm and ideate about the proposal that you're thinking about. Most of these or all of these are hosted on our website. They are the ones that you had last year with the addition of the repository of past proposals and feasibility studies. Of course, you can submit proposals that have been submitted in the past, but to help you with that, to get context, we are hoping to grow a library of past proposals so that if you wanted to, you can build on and evolve off of previous ones. Okay, so that brings me to the end of the process part. So Mary Kate covered the timeline, I covered the process. Now back to Mary Kate for questions and comments.
Perfect. Well said by Ryan. We can open it up to you all. Member Ready.
This is really minutia, but question 6 of the form, although the P20W data system does not currently include the proposed data elements, are there existing data elements closely related to the proposed data elements? If so, please list them. I might just recommend adding, and tell us why they don't address your question, right? Because we're saying they're very close, right? So I guess just making sure
Why the existing ones.
exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Also, I want to remind myself and staff, if there's any point that we'd like clarity from a member on comments made, it's a good idea to get those before we wrap up the agenda item. Just communal flag. Okay, brilliant. Member Ready. Moving on to Member Borgen.
Jason Borgen. Couple of questions. Is this the same form that's going to be used by the public?
Correct.
It's the exact same. And then number 2, because it's going to be public facing, is the community engagement advisory board also reviewing this for accessibility as well?
Community engagement will be reviewing their own form,
Not the form for this one, but this is.
not data and tools.
Community engagement piece. I wonder if there's any recommendation just for accessibility purposes to get this in front of them, like, even though it's part of the data portal, but on a community and a communications perspective, or trying to communicate this to the public, if they should review this as well. Just come.
Hearing your request, they don't convene until the 20th of this month, and we were hoping to go live on the 19th. So what could maybe happen is we can send an email to see if we have any input from members. I'd be happy to do that. I saw Member Harlick.
Yeah, I just want to go back to my earlier question, and also circle back to the comment that Marianne made earlier about what's in statute that governing board may add or remove data points. And so I think it stands to reason that this process should align with that as well. And I would like to propose that this process include the ability to submit a proposal to remove a data point as well. I don't know if I need to make a motion or.
This is Marianne Bates. No need to make a motion. I think we hadn't contemplated that might be of interest, but there's no language I can think of that would preclude that. And so if you were, I think what I'm hearing is you would find it helpful for the form to reflect language that makes it clear it can be about the composition of data points, both additions and removals.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. No concerns. We can note that as an edit.
Great.
Other member thoughts? Member Chavez, thank you.
Hi, Lisa Chavez. So I just have a question about the proposal. What I see is the application. What I see is new is a checkbox to what is it? I just lost it. Modify tools. Did I see that? Type of proposal, changes to practical tools for students. Then the other one is to add data points not available through the P2 or adjust the data point. So I think this one's new, right? This first one, changes to practical tools for students.
Yeah, so it's not technically new in the sense that the governance manual has that as a thing that falls within the scope of the advisory board. It looks new because when we did last year's proposal, we went through and removed parts of it that just didn't exist yet. And so for example, one of falls within the scope of the advisory board is to advise on the dashboards. We don't have dashboards yet. So to make that more streamlined, we removed it. We looked at this this year, reevaluated everything, and then put the practical tools back in there. That applies to the scaling of college and career related tools, including things like the student experience audit and then scaling the CCGIE transcript. So it's kind of that side of the statute. It has always been a thing that was within the scope to comment on, but then we're just explicitly added back on to.
Okay, thank you for that. So that all sounds really interesting, but I just feel like I know nothing about these tools. So is that like forthcoming? Like, for example, if I go to the CCG website, I can't see the tools because you have to be a member to see them. So is this like a new phase we're entering and to be reviewing the tools?
This is Marianne. I'm happy to speak to that. Minor correction, last year's form actually did have all three of the sections. We just removed one section for this year to make it easier. It's just that all of you who advanced ideas chose to only advance ones related to new data points. So this was an option last year. People didn't take it up. I think what I would recommend for this is our office could put together an email to you with links to resources, including recordings from prior board meetings and other meetings where there have been demonstrations of CCGI's product. And I'd also, the other thing I'll highlight is we're currently running a task force related to eTranscript California. Given that you only meet 3 times a year, and how we've scoped out these meetings, I think it's up to you maybe to think about, and you can talk about this at the end of the meeting with future agenda items. If you would like to have a demonstration of the tools in this meeting, that's for you to consider. we're also happy to send you resources of things that have already occurred in public meetings, so you can learn as much as you would like to about them as well, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think that this, like, seeing it here, you're right, it was probably, I believe there was this list before, but we all kind of honed in on adding the data points. This is for data people. But if it's part of our scope, then it just seems like that should be the direction we move in also. If it is part of our scope, then we're expected to weigh in on tools. If we so choose to, it seems like we should receive all this information. So however you think it makes sense for us to receive it. Makes sense.
Sure. So I think given the timeline, I would recommend that we email you a list of resources with presentations, because the June meeting is joint with the other advisory board, and we invite our data providers specifically to answer questions about data. So I'd not recommend trying to add more to the June, July meeting. But we'd be happy to send you a link of resources on CCGI specifically.
Other member comments or questions?
Oliver Shack, just two comments. For the rubric, I like that you added the sort of likelihood of success criterion. I think it might be helpful either in this or somewhere else to just sort of add a little bit more detail about sort of what's meant by that. So in my mind, that's things like data availability, privacy impacts. I remember, I think it was maybe even in the report to us, there was some language that I thought was pretty clear about what that means. And then more of a global comment is looking at the proposal form, it seems like we're getting more and more detailed with sort of around the proposal, which I think is good to collect as much information as possible. But it may be worth considering like another form or list of questions for proposals that actually make it to the feasibility stage. Because it may be the case that kind of more considerations arise as we deliberate and approve proposals.
Other questions, comments, concerns? Member Chavez.
Hi, Elisa Chavez. So thank you for the list of resources that people should review as they prepare the proposals. I just clicked on the link for data elements by provider, and I see a list. I just feel like it would be helpful if like each one of these like came with a description, as well as like, let's take, for example, the high school completion metric or data element, right? That's the name of the data point, but as we learned during this process, there's like several categories. And I think all that information is important. Like if it's a variable, to use that old school term, if it's a variable that has certain categories, it would be good to know it, just to know it. And maybe a little description or something, just so people can really, we don't bump up against this idea. Like, I have an idea for a metric, I see it here, oh no, that's not the same. But if you had more information, you would say, oh yeah, that's not the language I would use to describe this metric, but I see that it's the same based on its description and what it consists of.
Yeah, good likes.
It's kind of like a data dictionary, like a data dictionary.
So two things are true. Number one, we have a planned data dictionary. It is not yet live. It will not likely be live before you do your next round of proposals. I just want to say that out loud. I realize that's a challenge.
Okay.
We're doing the best we can as quickly as we can. The second thing is the PDF version of data points by provider has less information than the data points page on our website, which does provide a little more information, including the years we expect to get and a little bit more information. So just want to say that out loud. I understand. And at some point in the future, you'll have a beautiful data dictionary that you can dive into in great detail. That time is not now, unfortunately.
The data definitions on the web, there are also these are data point by data point definitions on the website. Those were defined during the planning process. Many of them still make sense based on what we know today, but then now we also have data in the system, and as we look into really more about what's in there, we can describe it better. So we're in the middle of revising that, so just know that. And so I think over time, I think we'll have something that looks a lot closer to what you're describing. Some of that is there now, but not to, it'll be better soon.
So I do see more hands, but I also just want to acknowledge that we're getting later and later in the day and we have quite a few agenda items still ahead of us. And I really like to adjourn on time for folks outside of the area needing to catch a plane. So please feel free to reach out to the office if there's any additional questions, comments, concerns. I would love to hear your input. I just like to table this and continue on. So thank you, Ryan. I'd love to now kick it over to Mary Ann Bates for maybe a condensed executive director update. Apologies.
No problem. What I'm going to do in this update is give you a few updates organized by the categories in the strategic plan that the governing board adopted last summer, which roughly organizes our work into 4 main buckets. So if we can go to the next slide. The first one is office operations. So as you might recall, the strategic plan goal that the governing board adopted here is to establish and operate a new state entity that uses secure, effective, and efficient processes and procedures to earn and keep the trust of data providers and the public. There's a lot that our team led by Leslie Taylor does in this, including many procurements and contracts. 2 things I want to highlight. We are now underway with construction at 400 R Street for an event-focused space for our office. So hopefully by the conclusion of this calendar year, we will be in that space and be able to host you in your meetings there as well. And we've designed that space to not only meet the needs of our team from working in the office, but to really have an accessible, welcoming space for board meetings and community meetings. The next update is that our org chart now has 26 people on it, counting our retired annuitants and fellows. This includes, if you can go to the next slide, as you'll recall, our office size authorized positions went from 16 to 26 with last year's budget. You can see who has joined our team since last November. We have Elizabeth here, who's on the data programs team, and Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, who's on Mary Kate's team, and other members of the team who have joined. We also have a few more active recruitments. So these positions are in various stages of the recruitment process. Just a continued thanks for your help with getting the word out about the positions that we're hiring. Next slide. Analytical data, you heard about this in much more detail from Dan in his presentation. I'll just highlight big picture. Remember, we're sequencing what we're putting out to the world as dashboards first, then the query builder. That's the one we've been talking about where you choose your variables, generate your table. And then third, the data request process for researchers who would like to do studies with the underlying data. So that's how we're sequencing it. Right now, we're primarily focused on creating those first dashboards, especially the student pathways diagram. Practical tools for students, a few things to highlight. The continued scaling of CCGI. If you're interested in this, we heard a great presentation from Tessa Carmen DeRoy, who's the president of the California Colleges.edu at last week's board meeting, where she also walked through the overall strategy and how that relates to some changes that have been posted in proposed trailer bill language for this year. So if you're interested in that, the recording for that, I highly recommend it. One thing that we announced at a task force meeting recently is the development of the California High School Transcript and Student Record Portability Standard, which CCGI developed and which all 3 public higher education segments and the Department of Education acknowledged. And this provides a foundation for transmitting data with CCGI in an aligned way. So we're really excited about that milestone. You can see the standard on our website. We have a new data standards repository where we're highlighting that. And there's also coordination and collaboration that CCGI is doing with the Chancellor's Community College Chancellor's Office for information on dual enrollment students. So wanted to highlight that too. Next slide. E-Transcript Task Force. So I wanted to mention this. We're running a task force right now from January through June. That's public. You can dial into it. It's connecting the plans for a revamped e-transcript with the potential California Career Passport, which the governor mentioned when he signed the Career Education Executive Order last August. So this task force is part of the broader Career Education Executive Order efforts that the governor's office is spearheading around developing recommendations for a proposed new master plan on career education. And what this task force is doing is diving into the topics you can see on this slide month by month and developing collaboratively with the Community College Chancellor's Office and other partners plans for revamping eTranscript California, which is a tool that already exists and the Chancellor's Office hosts, and exploring options for a potential career passport, which could provide individuals with an ability to display credentials, badges, forms of things to encourage skills-based hiring other than a high school transcript or a college degree. So that's the ongoing eTranscript task force. I will mention, we'll send out an email about this. We have a budget hearing coming up on Thursday of this week with Senate Subcommittee 4, which is the State Administration and General Government Subcommittee. Just wanted to flag that in case you're interested in following these kinds of things. Sometimes the legislature hears our items together with the GovOps line item as opposed to education. So if you're in education policy world, some of this might not automatically pop up on your radar because our line item is under the Government Operations Agency, not an education entity.
Can I ask a question about that? Yes. How do we get involved? Are we encouraged to attend these meetings or get involved in a task force?
Yes, you are more than welcome to attend the task force as a member of the public. The task forces are not subject to Bagley-Keene, and so we're hosting them in public, but your engagement as a member of the public in the task force is welcome. The composition of the task forces is that it has the members who are involved in the overall master plan for career education process, plus some technical informational members from the tools that are being considered. But you're more than welcome to join these task forces as a member of the public. Okay, next slide. On engagement, just highlighting that we've had 2 in-person community conversations. Many thanks to Shannon Serrato, who spearheads this team. You can see the pictures here from the input we got from members. We're planning to continue to conduct additional in-person meetings across the state and Central Valley and Southern California, so we'll be in touch with you about those as they're planned. Next slide. Okay, I will end there and see what questions or comments you have.
Has there been thought about online engagement opportunities rather than in person?
Yes, thank you for that question. Prior to this year, all of our engagement was online and we got the feedback, you should also do things in person. So we're doing both and we will continue to do both because we understand not everyone wants to show up in person or can travel or is in the location. And also not everyone wants to show up online. So we're aiming to do a balance of both. Thank you.
Maybe one more question or comment from a member? Member Williams.
It may have been around the same timing, but just to clarify, what was the target date for the first dashboards to go live?
This calendar year. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So what I'd like to do next is invite Shannon Serrato for our next presentation. If folks, advisory board members recall, at our last meeting, y'all had shared that you would be open to share your demographic data. So we have those survey results with a brief presentation from Shannon. Thank you.
It will be brief. I promise we're going to try to get out of here. But good afternoon, members. I'm Shannon Serrato. I'm the Director of Engagement here at CTC. And today I'm going to give an overview of the 2024 Board Demographics Survey. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item 3 or 11. And if you're a member of the public, you can follow along. The staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. Next slide, please. So as written in statute, Cradle-to-Career's governing board is intended to reflect the cultural, racial, geographical, economic, and social diversity of California. And in 2022, the office received a request from a Data and Tools Advisory Board member, and we're ready, seeking the demographic information of C2C's leadership. So following approval from the governing board, the office facilitated the collection of the governing board demographic information. The first year's survey asked about race, ethnicity, and gender, and we also asked folks if they wanted to share more about their lived experiences in future iterations. The survey was self-reported and collected anonymously via survey, and that information was aggregated and posted to the C2C website for the purposes of equity and transparency. We as an office have committed to conducting this survey annually, and in the October of 2023 Data Tools Advisory Board meeting, members agreed to expand the scope of the survey to include results from Data Tools members. So for 2024, we issued the survey February 9th, and I just want to give this group a huge shout out. I appreciate that you all finished this, completed the survey within 2 weeks, by far the fastest of any group. So I just want to say that you all crushed it, and I just really appreciate this engagement. We will be posting. Fair, but however, you know, some folks haven't finished it yet, so I just want to give us our flowers over here. But that said, we will be posting all of the responses upon completion. So from the governing board, data and tools, and community engagement, they'll be posted to the C2C website once that's done. But I'm going to preview results today just so that we can share information. So next slide, please. So this year's 2023-2024 Data and Tools Advisory Board Demographic Survey, apologize that it is small on your screen, but we asked members again for information self-reporting on race, ethnicity, and gender. And this year we had 100% response rate. 10 respondents identified as female, 5 as male, and 1 declined to state. In terms of breakdown by race and ethnicity, 3 members identified as Asian or Asian American, 2 as Black or African American, 1 Latina, 1 member who identified as multiracial, multi-ethnic, and we had 9 members who identified as white or Caucasian, including white Ashkenazi and white Jewish. I would like to state that this year's survey did not include responses from individuals who identified as non-binary, non-conforming, transgender, nor Native American or Indigenous, because no members identified as such, but we have it listed here because we anticipate or hope that that information will be collected in the future. So just wanted to state those are why the zeros are here, just for longitudinal purposes, which I hope this group can also appreciate. Next slide, please. So this year was also the first time that we asked members to volunteer information about their lived experiences. So again, I want to thank you for your willingness to share and really be open. Our advisory boards represent the key stakeholders of Cradle-to-Career's data system and the wide range of Californians that we are charged with serving. And so I just want to say that when I was analyzing responses, I got a little emotional because I was thinking about the folks in this room who are truly representing people of California. And I just think it's incredible to think that there are folks out there who will truly be understood and heard because there are people like you who understand what they're going through and are really here to help. So I just wanted to say that. Saying this out loud, responses, we have half of their advisory board has identified as a first generation college student, have also shared that they came from a low income background. We had 2 respondents who identified as immigrants, 2 who identify as bilingual, while we had 5 members who did not identify with any of the named categories. However, we asked folks if they would be willing to share additional information about their lived experiences. And some members reported or shared that they were children of refugees, children of teen parents, and also that they were living with a disability, including an invisible disability. So again, I just want to share that we are so proud of the representation of this group, and we've used this demographic information in the past to further advance C2C's commitment to equity. We see these as opportunities to really growth opportunities as we're thinking about expanding our boards. And so in advance of the recruitment for the advisory board this year, as we've heard, I wanted to see if there's an appetite to include additional professional information that might be helpful when thinking about room for growth for these boards, for example, type of job, area of expertise, your position, those kinds of things. So I think this will help better illustrate where we have gaps and where we might want to be devoting some resources. So just wanted to say that. And with that, I promise I was brief. I want to make sure that I hear your thoughts on that question particularly, as well as if you have any questions about the survey or input more broadly, glad to hear it.
Member Orlick, I appreciate the presentation, and I agree with your suggestion to add more details or a question about national experience or type of great additional.
Thanks for doing it.
Thank you for the request. It's a gift that keeps on giving.
Any other member comments? We could probably take one more.
I don't know if it would be Member Fong, I don't know if it'd be helpful, but maybe like highest level of education completed, given that it's all focused on advancing equitable futures.
No, I appreciate that.
So it seems like members would be open to a second survey with the categories Shannon just named and an additional question. Fabulous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So building off of our last agenda item, this one is time bound, so I would like to get through it. It will be condensed, but I just wanted to highlight some of these thoughts because we know that we're going to open it up for the new recruitment process for new Data and Tools Advisory Board members. So I want to be clear in this section that this is a governing board function. It's their responsibility and lies within them. But at the February 28 governing board meeting, they did establish a committee. The charter was approved. So we're going to start looking toward April, having our first committee meeting, opening up these applications. So if we could go to the next slide, please. I just kind of voiced this over. All of these resources are available on our website should folks want to learn a little bit more. And it was connected to the staff report that's available online. Next slide, please. So what I would love your input on today, one of the things is the application. There's 14 questions. You'll notice that we have folks that filled out this application 2 years ago and folks that filled out this application 1 year ago. So you may have noticed that it has changed. But if you have any additional thoughts when we open it up for member questions or comments, please feel free to highlight that. Next slide, please. There's also the rubric. So when the committee for their second meeting, the first meeting is going to be on recruitment, the application. And then the second meeting is about the slating of the candidates. They use this rubric in tandem with their voting to ensure that they're capturing the folks that we want. So the rubric categories are community affiliation, data sets, data alignment, and actionable experience. That's what the committee landed on last year. Next slide, please. And then just talking a little bit about what's going to happen this year. So we know that we're going to be losing 5 data and tools folks. So we wanted to provide a little bit of analysis in terms of where we're losing folks. 2 folks that will drop off are in that practitioner researcher group, and 3 folks that will drop off are in the advocacy or community affiliated. Next slide, please. So looking at what the board composition will look like, right? Because this will affect where we are or who we have seated. We'll have 3 advocacy organizations represented or 3 advocacy folks, and then 8 practitioner researchers, and then looking to fill those 5 new spots. So we intentionally positioned this item right behind Shannon's update. So you got a little bit of a feel of what the board currently looks like. The reason why we're highlighting the composition as well is because if members feel that there's a pocket that should be represented or that you'd like represented or specifics, I'd also like to call that out to get input too. So we've talked about 3 areas: the application, the rubric, and member composition. I want to say again, this is up to the committee and the governing board ultimately, but we are looking for your input. So I'm happy to conclude my very quick presentation here. Yeah, so some thoughts for deliberation are highlighted here. We could keep this slide up as we open up member comments. Member Harlick.
Yes, thank you. So I have a few comments around one central idea, which is the lack of representation from the early learning sector. And I guess wanting to understand, are we also seeking balance across sectors as well as across these broader categories. It seems to me right now, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that it's very heavily weighted toward the end of the age spectrum. And I was also just noticing that under the practitioner category, there are effectively 4 main categories. And one of those categories has 5 subcategories listed, higher education, and the others don't, which means that the whole process kind of inevitably led to higher representation from higher education is what I'm guessing. And is there something we can do about that? So it seems one very concrete thing it seems like we could do is collapse those higher ed categories into just one higher ed. And I don't know if there are issues or challenges around that, which I'd love to hear about. Early learning has very many different subtypes as well. You know, I could list them all, but no, I'll move along. So K-12 as well to a certain extent. So I'm not sure why higher ed has so many subtypes listed. Also, health and human services is missing. So I'm wondering if that should be its own practitioner category. And then I just want to kind of make a general comment that, to address the achievement gaps that we're all so concerned about means better data-driven investments at the early end, right? That is our best hope for closing these achievement gaps. Which then requires much better and standardized early childhood data than we currently have. And as I know, a lot of you've heard, the data development side of early learning data is, that requires a lot of work and a lot of time when we're only at the very beginning of that. I don't feel comfortable representing the vast range of issues that are at play with early learning data. So I want to advocate for prioritization, better representation for early learning. I don't know if there could be a weight used in the ranking or scoring process, if that's appropriate or not, open to ideas.
Thank you. Sure.
Mary Ann Bates, I'm happy to provide a little bit of context on what this looks like on the back end. So each year, our office has supported the governing board in taking the answers to those checkbox questions and then organizing the spreadsheets, if you will, that the governing board's committee that selects the advisory board members uses, so that they're balancing those trade-offs. So you're right, there are many domains that we capture, and the governing board's challenge will be to look at the composition of the current board and these 5 slots and think about those different questions, whether it's early childhood versus higher education, different components of higher education, et cetera. For context, we have 4 members of the governing board who represent 4 different segments of higher education. So we have the community colleges, the CSU, the UC, the Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education, which regulates the for-profits, and EICCU, which represents the nonprofits by and large. So I think part of the reflection that you see is the focus of the board members and seeing the experience of someone with a community college background, for instance, quite different from some of the 4 years, and wanting both of those perspectives. So that's some of the history. It's helpful for you to share your perspective, which we can pass along to the committee.
This is Member Connor. I also would echo the same comments around adult ed, which is sometimes hidden with either K through 12 or community college, but it is its own entity, and they have their own data collection process, and they're an important element to the populations that we serve as well.
Thank you, Member Connor. Member Shack?
Thank you. Oliver Shack. I was actually just about to say the same thing. I think adult ed and workforce are separate, but I do think it's a fair conversation to have, collapsing down the segments. A few other points I wanted to make. One was that I think in the report, there may have been a mention about having a student member or representation. And I just want to say that I do think that that's a bit of a gap. And I would even be open to, sometimes boards like these actually have like a designated position, and at least from my standpoint, I'd be open to that. And then the final point is, I also think that geographic diversity might be something to keep an eye on. I do kind of have a sense, I might not be correct on this, but I have a sense that that this body is skewed more towards Bay Area and Los Angeles. But I think it's a different experience in Central Valley and other areas.
Thank you. So what I'd like to invite us to do is, if there's other thoughts or comments, again, we don't have to end the well, we do have to end the conversation here, but we can take it offline. So feel free to reach out to me if you have other thoughts. We'd love to hear them. So wrapping up agenda item 12, what I'd like to quickly do is go back to agenda item number 10, which is a member report out. So if y'all could, if anybody would like to step up to report things out, and just noting, we might take a minute or two for this agenda item. So member report out, this is your time to share if you've, recently been on any events, have any events coming up in the future that are related to the C2C mission and vision. This is a standing agenda item that we implemented in the fall.
I'll share. Member Fong, I was so lucky to be able to go to one of the community engagement events where I got to see Ryan present, and Shannon and Angelique as well. It was really fun and wonderful just to see how they're trying to ask very critical questions of the community members and to provide input, and to see what they're already thinking about in terms of the dashboards. So I would encourage, if there is a community event near you, like, please go. And it just really kind of made tangible all of the things that we're talking about right now. So highly encourage it. It was fun.
We have time for probably one more.
Member Morgan, after our last meeting, I got a chance to share and reflect out some of happenings and actions of this meeting to our local College and Career Collaborative, which is a member of superintendents in our county. And it's a great opportunity to share out locally what we're doing here at the statewide level. So I encourage you all to share it out locally if you haven't already for your organizations and groups.
Okay, we have 9 minutes left. So I'd love to hear more, and invite y'all to share out more when we meet next on July 10th. Apologies for this very, very, very tight space. We do have agenda item 13, which was supposed to be an ideation space for you all to talk about the disaggregation of geographic data. We won't be able to do that justice with the time that we have left today. So I would like to agendize this in the future. But you have the slide deck with thoughts there. So just continue to mull, and it will just be more fabulous the next time. So what I'd like to do here is to take a look at future agenda items. And this is the point where members can ask for future agenda items that you'd like to see at any upcoming meetings. So the floor is yours. Circling back, we may have gotten a request earlier about CCGI, but if anybody would like to formalize that, be a moment too.
I think that would be great I think that would be great. Have that presentation, same presentation. I mean, it'd be great to watch. We can watch the video, but it also nice to ask questions of Tessa.
Okay, thank you.
Remember, if there are any elements of the dashboards ready or even in testing mode that the team would not mind showing us some previews of once they're available. That would be excellent, whether it's in July or October.
Member Connor, I think it would be nice in the future to kind of hear the recommendations that come out of the task force for the e-transcripts.
Yeah. Any other thoughts? Okay, what I'd like to do at this time is open it up to public comment. So if there are any, there's no one here in Sacramento, but if there's anyone in on Zoom that would like to make a request for a future agenda item, I'd like to open it up to the public. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, but I'll leave it open for another second. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment. What I'd like to do now is open it up for general public comment. So this is the time that the audience can comment on anything generally. Seeing no one here in Sacramento, we can open up the line to folks on Zoom. I'm seeing no hands raised. As a reminder, a hand raised would indicate that you'd like to comment on this agenda item. Seeing no hands raised, we can close this agenda item. So before I officially adjourn, just some quick reminders. We have our community engagement meeting, advisory board meeting that will happen on the 20th of this month. Member Borgen is your liaison and he will be doing a report out, so feel free to tune into that. We had just talked about the selection for advisory board members meeting in April, so folks can feel free to tune in then. And then our next advisory board meeting will happen on July 10th with our community engagement counterparts, and that will be in person. So stay tuned. Thank you, everybody. I'm happy to adjourn the meeting at 3:25, 5 minutes early.
Safe travels, everybody.